Gunderson Chronicles. Our speaker tonight was in the FBI for 28 years. He was the special agent in charge in Dallas and Memphis and the senior special agent in charge for all of Southern California, headed out of Los Angeles. At one time, he supervised over 700 personnel with the FBI. Will you help me welcome Ted Gunderson?
Thank you, sir. Much better. Thank you very much. It's great to be back in the Midwest. I was raised in Missouri, Iowa, Nebraska, and as a matter of fact, I lived right here in Kansas City in my youth. So, the greatest people in the world as far as I'm concerned. And last night I went out and took a little walk, and I was over in Kansas, Topeka, Kansas, and I got a breath of that fresh air because I've lived quite a few years in Los Angeles, so I know I really did enjoy coming back here. Let me just start by saying that after I retired, I learned about a number of matters which were very shocking to me. Before my retirement, when I was in the FBI, I can honestly say I was never exposed or had no knowledge at all whatsoever of any possible corrupt situations. Of course, I had the privilege of having served under that great American J. Edgar Hoover for 21 years, till he passed away in May of 1972. And don't you let our adversaries tell you anything different. They have put out disinformation, and he is the victim of an extensive disinformation program that he's a homosexual. He was not a homosexual. Instead of making him a homosexual and a degenerate, I'm sure they would love to say that too, they've tried. I must say he was an American hero. Instead, they've taken people who were sympathetic to the communist movement and made heroes out of them. As far as I'm concerned, schools and streets right today should be named after J. Edgar Hoover. As Ephraim Zimbalist said to me once, I play golf with Ephraim once in a while, when the lion is dead, the rats come out of the woodwork, and that's the case with Mr. Hoover. But anyway, in my bureau career, people have asked me, didn't you see any corruption? No, I did not see any corruption. And possibly because in the bureau, at the time of my retirement, there were 164 categories. If any cases came in that fell in those 164 categories, we investigated it. Otherwise, it went in what we call a zero basket. And we did a great job. These included kidnapping, bank robbery, extortion, skyjackings. I handled the skyjacking personally, negotiated with the skyjackers July 12, 1972, Philadelphia International Airport. Background checks, Communist Party USA, Black Panthers, internal security, espionage, and the list goes on and on and on. We had a great record. I'm sorry to say that the Bureau has changed. There's no question about it. The FBI today, in 1996, is being used by the politicians to further their games and their goals. So, there are a few things that have happened to me, some major matters that have happened to me since my retirement. And most recently, I was giving a lecture in Las Vegas, and I sat at the head table next to a gentleman. And this gentleman, in his day, had been in naval intelligence, and he was telling me that on December the 4th, 1941, 3 days before Pearl Harbor, he was in the communications room in Washington, D.C., a naval intelligence officer, and we received, the U.S. government received a communication, an intercept of Japanese message that had been sent, and we had broken the Japanese code, and this message stated that we were going to bomb Pearl Harbor on December the 7th. He was very elated to have received this. He passed it up to his superior passed it on. After the war was over, he came back to Washington, D.C., and was told he was going to have to testify. They had a congressional hearing on this. He was given a subpoena. His boss called him in and said, even though you have a subpoena, you're not going to testify. And he said, well, I don't understand this. He says, look, you don't understand now, someday you will. You're not going to testify. And he didn't testify. Now, it's been documented, and I've heard it on a number of occasions, that we knew about Pearl Harbor in advance. This is the first time I've had information directly from a person who was aware of this. I also received some information recently in my tours and lectures and what have you. I did a TV show in Long Beach, California. One of the gentlemen involved in the show was in the U.S. Army at one time. He told me that in the spring of 1973, we had bombed all of the North Vietnamese supply lines. We had mined their harbors. They were cut off. And one of his associates was in the communication room in Saigon. And this is, of course, a classified job. And when he was in this room, he received this message from the North Vietnamese: we surrender unconditionally. He passed it on to his superiors, and all Army personnel were immediately ushered out and replaced by State Department personnel. It was shortly thereafter that Kissinger met with the North Vietnamese officials in Paris, France. Why do these things happen? Why did we not take advantage of the advance notice of Pearl Harbor? And why is it necessary for us to be a subservient to North Vietnam when we obviously have won? I think at the end of this lecture, you may have the answer. In fact, I'm sure you'll have the answer. I think you'll understand much better than you do and have in recent years. Anyway, when I first came out of the FBI, as I said, I came out in 1979. Attorney General Griffin Bell hired me to coordinate security for the Pan American Games. Attorney General Griffin Bell was under Jimmy Carter, President Jimmy Carter, and I went to San Juan, Puerto Rico for the summer of '79. Great experience. I lived with the athletes, 5,500 athletes in the village there, and I'm happy to report that America's softball team, girls softball team I might add, adopted me as their mascot. So I have a nice softball autographed by all the ladies of our softball team. In fact, I even rode to all the games with them on the bus. But anyway, they won the gold medal, of course. That's beside the point. But I had a great experience. And I came back and started my own international security consulting firm in Los Angeles, California. And I was a consultant for the '84 Olympics in Los Angeles. And one of my first cases that I handled, I was contacted by some of Dr. Jeffrey R. McDonald's doctor friends. I don't know if you remember the movie Fatal Vision, the book Fatal Vision. This was the former Green Beret doctor, and he was a doctor at Fort Bragg, North Carolina. On February the 17th, 1970, he was asleep in his living room. It was a house on Castle Drive on the base. It was an open base, however. And he was awakened by two white males, a black male in E6 sergeant stripes with camouflage jacket, and also by a white female with a floppy white hat and a long blonde wig. The white female had lights flickering across her face. She was chanting, "Acid is groovy, kill the pigs, acid is groovy, kill the pigs." The two white males, one had a knife, one had an ice pick. The black male with the E6 sergeant stripe camouflage jacket on had a 32-inch bed slat. We found out later it was actually a bed slat, but it was, to McDonald at that time, it was just a post of some, or a pole of some sort. And Dr. McDonald wrapped, according to him, wrapped his hands and his wrists with his pajama tops and was fainting off the blow. While he was fighting with them, he heard his daughter say, "Jeff, Jeff, help me, help me." And he heard his daughter, yeah, it's a 5.5-year-old daughter say that, and his wife yelling, "Jeff, Jeff, why are they doing this to me? Why are they doing this to me?" He felt a sharp pain to his right side. He awoke probably an hour and 15 minutes later, maybe hour and a half. He was half in the living room, half in the hallway. Total silence in the house. He went back. Here was his wife with 26 stab wounds in her chest. The children had numerous stab wounds in their bodies. Well, all three of them were killed. The government, it was on a government reservation, the government claimed that Dr. McDonald went to bed and he noticed that the 5.5-year-old child who was sleeping with the mother had wet the bed, and he had a big argument with his wife, and because of this argument over the child wetting the bed, he wiped out the whole family. It's absolutely ridiculous. But anyway, so I was asked by some of Dr. McDonald's friends to investigate the case. And I told Dr. McDonald, I said, if you're guilty, as soon as I find out you're guilty, I'm not going to investigate any further. If you're innocent, I'll go right to the mat with you. Now, the gentleman had just been convicted in August 1979 of these 3 murders, even though the murders had been committed some 9 years prior to this. There were a number of appeals, and he was not indicted by the grand jury until 1974, so that was the reason for the delay. So I entered the case, and I noticed in reviewing the case, going through records, and I spent hours reading all kinds of material, the court dockets and testimony, etc. I noticed that skin that was in Colette's fingernails was turned over to William F. Ivory, who was the chief investigator for the Army, and it disappeared. Dr. McDonald did not have a scratch mark on him. The skin obviously was from one of the assailants, Colette being the wife. From skin, you can tell what type blood the person is who was scratched, right? That just plain disappeared off the earth. Also, in reviewing the records, I noted that there were 14 candle wax drippings in the house. And remember now, Colette had light flickering across her face. And these candle wax drippings, including one that was in the child's bed sheet, were foreign to any other candles and candle wax found in the house. I also noted that an FBI agent, hairs and fibers expert named Paul Stombaugh, lied to the grand jury, and if you want documentation on that, you can read the book Fatal Vision by McGinnis. And in there, it states that he testified before the grand jury and said that the hair in Colette's right hand was Colette's hair. Well, what happened was they found that Colette had hair in her hand. They tested it against Dr. McDonald's. It did not match, so it had to come from someplace. So they said it was Colette's. You cannot say that hair is identical. You can say it's similar. You can say it's cut, pulled, peroxide, what part of the body it came from, and it's similar. I noticed also that according to Helena Stokely, I obtained a confession from her on October 25, 1980. I brought her back to LA. That's a story by and of itself. And Helena Stokely told me that it was her satanic cult group that went into the house that night. And it was her initiation into the group. And I said, what is this all about? And that was really the first I learned about Satanism. But Helena told me that to prove that she was in the house, that she had attempted to ride the rocking horse in the child's bedroom. The spring was broken. She wouldn't have known about that otherwise. She told me that, that there was a jewelry box. I asked her specifically, was there anything, arrangement of the furniture, draw the diagrams of the house and so forth? She did that. I asked her about a jewelry box on the master bedroom dresser. She said there was a jewelry box there. I had her describe it. And she described it. I went down and got a Sears and Roebuck catalog. I showed her the catalog. She picked out the box. It was identical with it. She talked about also that there was something unusual happened that night. She said that right in the middle of all this commotion and this fighting, that the phone rang. And I said, well, what happened? And she said, well, I answered the phone, and there was a man asked for Dr. McDonald. And I said, well, then what happened after that? And she said, well, Dwight Smith, who was the person she identified as also being there, there were some 7 individuals involved in the crime, said, hang up the GD phone. And so she hung up the phone. Well, later on, I found out through my investigative effort that the person who made that call was a fellow named James Fryer, and he was in the penitentiary in western North Carolina, out of Asheville, North Carolina. And I called the warden. I made arrangements to go out and interview him on a Saturday morning. Well, when I arrived out there that morning, can you guess what happened? He had escaped the night before. And in developing additional information on the case, I learned that one of the early prosecutors, Jim Proctor, was the judge's ex-son-in-law. He was divorced from his wife, but still the judge was a grandfather to the children. And I learned that the police intelligence files on this group of Satanists that Helena described by name gave me descriptions of exactly where each one of them went in the house, what happened, step by step. Intelligence files disappeared out of the Fayetteville Police Department files, and also out of Waycross, Georgia, because one of them had been arrested down there. I learned subsequently that there were 2 black fibers on Colette's tongue in her mouth. There was a black fiber on the 32-inch bed slat, and there was a black fiber wool on her chest, black wool, okay? Determined it was black wool. The FBI had in their notes, their handwritten notes, that it was black wool, and a question mark as to where it came from. When the report was filed, typed up, the formal report was typed up and filed and furnished to the defense, that information was left out. Now, in conducting my investigation, I learned that the only black wool in the house that night was Helena Stokely's skirt. She had on a black wool skirt. I also learned that as a result of my confession, and later on there were some other confessions, a girl named Kathy Perry confessed to the FBI, but she said that she was high on drugs, and there were two children, they were boys that were killed that night, so the FBI discounted it. There's another individual, Greg Mitchell, who was one of the assailants named by Helena Stokely, who confessed to the neighbors that he was involved in the murders. But to this day, to this very day, that man is still in jail, in spite of this overwhelming evidence that he's innocent. Now, to confirm and document that it was a satanic cult murder, there were several signs that were left behind. This is always usually the case. They always leave signs behind. There were unexplained bird feathers in the house. There was a headless doll, and the 2.5-year-old child had shallow ice pick, 10 shallow ice pick wounds in her chest in the form of an S. I asked Helena, I said, Helena, what did that S stand for? And she said, Satanism. So this was a shock to me. The McDonald case, this man's in jail. I couldn't understand it. I went on national television, a number of national TV shows. I debated Freddie Kassab, the father-in-law, on CNN, and also a psychiatrist was there. And I talked about this satanic aspect. And I had people calling me from all over the country, telling me the same basic story, from the East Coast, the West Coast, North and South. And I had people that, what you'd call them multi-generation Satanists. That's somebody who was born into it, mother, father, grandfather, grandmother are involved in Satanism. And adult survivors, that's somebody that gets out, usually has to go into hiding to survive. I had these people calling me from all over the country telling me about the ceremonies and about the extent of the satanic movement in this country today. So I started investigating it myself. I gave a number of lectures on it. I had some national exposure, of course. And the bottom line is it's very easily explained, and it fits into a pattern. And this goes back some 200 years. I'm going to use as a textbook tonight Pawns in the Game. It's a book that was written by William Guy Carr. He was a retired commander in the Canadian Naval Force. And he had heard about the conspiracy and wanted to delve into it himself. He wrote a very compact book about what's going on with the Illuminati and how this fits into modern day plans, what's going on in the world today. So we're going to use that as a textbook for the first 2 hours, and the second 2 hours we'll have some case studies. So let's start out by stating and by showing you. We'll start with this page in the prefix. And you see this, we'll start up here. In 1784, an act of God placed the Bavarian government in possession of evidence which proved the existence of the continuing Luciferian conspiracy. This explains the previous 9 pages, goes into it in detail. We don't have time to do it completely. Conspiracy. Adam Weishaupt, a Jesuit-trained professor of canon law, defected from Christianity and embraced the Luciferian ideology while teaching at Ingolstadt University. In 1770, the money lenders who had recently organized the House of Rothschild retained him to revise and modernize the age-old protocols designed to give the synagogue of Satan ultimate world domination so they can impose the Luciferian ideology upon what remains of the human race after the final social cataclysm by use of satanic despotism. Weishaupt completed his task on May the 1st, 1776. It's a communist holiday, isn't it? May 1, 1776. The plan required the destruction of all existing governments and religions. This objective was to be reached by dividing the masses, whom he termed goyim, meaning the human cattle, into opposing camps in ever-increasing numbers on political, racial, social, economic, and other issues. The opposing sides were then to be armed, and an incident provided which would cause them to fight and weaken themselves as they destroyed national governments and religious institutions. In 1776, Weishaupt organized the Illuminati to put the plot into execution. The word Illuminati is derived from Lucifer and means holders of the light. Using the lie that his objective was to bring about a one-world government, To enable men with proven mental ability to govern the world, he recruited about 2,000 followers. These included the most intelligent men in the field of arts and letters, education, the sciences, finance, and industry. He then established lodges of the Grand Orient to be their secret headquarters. Weishaupt's revised plan required his Illuminati to do the following things to help them accomplish their purpose. 1. Use monetary and sex bribery to obtain control of people already occupying positions in high places in the various levels of all governments and other fields of human endeavor. Once an influential person had fallen for the lies, deceits, and temptations of the Illuminati, they were to be held in bondage by application of political and other forms of blackmail and threats of financial ruin, public exposure, and physical harm, and even death to themselves and their loved ones. We're going to take these a point at a time. And then what I'm going to do, I'm going to show you what's going on in this country today. This is a recent headline, not too recent, 1989, June the 30th, 1989. Power broker served drugs, sex at parties bugged for blackmail. Here's another headline. Homosexual prostitution probe ensnarls the fissures of the Bush and Reagan administration. Top Japanese politician linked to Spence. Craig Spence was a CIA operative. He was exposed as a CIA operative. His job was to set up dignitaries, politicians, congressmen, etc., and to blackmail them. Once he was exposed, of course, he didn't last too long. He lasted something like 6 months. Within 6 months, I think he was suicided. Now, recently, it's sometimes referred to as Arkancided, by the way. Not Spence, though. This was before Mr. Bill Clinton was in the White House. But in my experience as a private investigator, security consultant over the last 17 years, I've had a number of high-profile cases in addition to the Jeffrey McDonald case. And I'm happy to report I've had a phenomenal success record on it. It takes a lot of time, a lot of diligence, and the right contacts in order to be successful in this field. But in 1989, I was contacted by a gentleman by the name of Ed Weaver, a wonderful Christian man in Lincoln, Nebraska. And he had read about me in a book called The Ultimate Evil by Maury Terry. The Ultimate Evil was a story about the Son of Sam murders in New York. And Maury Terry wrote the book. He contacted me on the West Coast, asked me to help him do the research on it, et cetera, which I did. Involved on the West Coast the murder of a producer named Roy Radin. And I'm happy to report that the people who were responsible for his contract murder or contract killing of Roy Radin are in jail today. There's 4 of them, serving all 4 of them serving life sentences with no parole. And I'm also happy to report that I had a little bit something to do with putting them in jail for the rest of their lives. But as a result of my name appearing in the book The Ultimate Evil, Ed called me and said, you know, are you the same Ted Gunderson that went to Lincoln High School in Lincoln, Nebraska, and went to the University of Nebraska? And I said, I am. He said, well, I'm Ed Weaver, and I was your classmate, and of course I remembered him. But he said, we have a real problem here in Nebraska. We have a case called the Franklin Cover-Up, and in this particular case, the FBI and the IRS raided the Franklin Credit Bureau, which was a credit bureau established in the minority neighborhood in order to furnish banking and financial opportunities to the minorities. People on the board of directors included people like Harold Anderson, who was past publisher of the Omaha World Herald, other very prominent citizens. And as a result of the raid, there was publicity. Larry King, by the way, was the individual who was president of the Savings and Loan. Not Larry King, live CNN, but Larry King, a black man, a fast-rising star in the Republican Party, had sung the national anthem at Texas at the Republican National Convention and New Orleans at the Republican National Convention. As a result of the publicity, there were 80 children in Omaha came forward and talked about being exposed and ritualistically and sexually victims of this element, this group of people. These were some of the leading businessmen in Omaha. These kids named not only Harold Anderson, but they also named Bob Wadman, chief of police, as being involved in this ring. They named Gene Mahoney, past former vice squad with the vice detective with the Omaha Vice Squad, Omaha, Nebraska, and he's now head of the Forestry Service for the state, has a park named after him between Lincoln and Omaha. They named the editor of the society page of the Omaha World Herald. They named the heir to the Brandeis fortune. I mean, these were top citizens, highly respected people in the community. And of these 80 children that came forward, 4 of them gave statements. Of the 4 who gave statements, 2 of them later recanted, probably under pressure. 2 refused to recant, Alicia Owens and Paul Benassi. And actually, what happened with Paul, they feel like they apparently discredited him because he had been convicted of child molestation. Alicia Owens claimed that she had sex with Bob Wadman, chief of police, when she was 14 years old. She told the grand jury that. And as a result, they tried her for perjury before the grand jury, and she was convicted. As far as I'm concerned, I attended the trial, a day of the trial, and it was a kangaroo court. There's no question in my mind. But this was the situation, and in discussing the matter, I did go back to Nebraska, of course, after talking to Ed, and I'm telling you right now about my experience there in talking to Paul and Alicia and so forth. But in talking to Paul, he gave me a number of signed statements. By the way, Gary Caradori, the investigator before me, died in an airplane crash coming out of Chicago. He had called they had a state Senate committee that was organized for the purpose of checking into this situation, this child sexual ring. And he had called the Senator, Lawrence Schmidt from Chicago. He was sent back there on a lead. Called Senator Schmidt, and said, I have the goods right now. They cannot get out of it. He got on an airplane that night, and the plane crashed outside of Chicago, about an hour and a half out of Chicago. And his briefcase is missing, and the back seat of the plane is missing. They claim that he had engine trouble and the plane disintegrated, but there was a farmer who saw a flash of fire and light, and he felt that it was very obvious to me and obvious to anybody else that there was probably a bomb in the plane. I can't prove it. This is what is being spread and thought about at the present time, and has been for some time. But anyway, Gary Caradori had done a great job on the case. I was not replacing him in full because I couldn't work full-time on it. I had a business in California. But in talking to Paul Benassi, he told me about the number of times when he and others were taken out of schools, private schools in Omaha, driven by limousine to Sioux City, Iowa, and placed on private jets and flown to Washington, D.C. for sex orgy parties with congressmen and senators. Paul told me, and has drawn from me, the living quarters of the White House. The public's not allowed in the living quarters of the White House. There's no question in my mind Paul is telling the truth. But in addition to this, he talked about an organized child kidnapping ring, which I will discuss later on in the lecture. We'll discuss that in the second half, by the way. But this is your documentation. This is what I'm saying. And by the way, Paul knew Craig Spence, knew him very closely, and had worked with Craig in setting some of these politicians up. So then we come back to the second point, and number 2 starts here. Illuminati on the faculties of colleges and universities were to recommend students possessing exceptional mental ability belonging to well-bred families with international learnings for special training in internationalism. This training was to be provided by granting scholarships to those selected. They were to be educated and indoctrinated into accepting the idea that only one world government can put an end to recurring wars and tribulations. They were to be at first persuaded and then convinced that men of special ability and brains had the right to rule those less gifted, because the goyim, that's us, folks, masses of the people, don't know what is best for them physically, mentally, and spiritually. Today, 3 such schools are located in Scotland, Germany, Greece, and so forth. So, I think you're probably aware of the extent of recruitment that the government does on college campuses. That doesn't, of course, mean that necessarily applies here in every instance, but I have known of the extensive recruiting efforts by the CIA on college campuses. And the CIA, believe it, no question about it, there's an element of the CIA that's tied into this, and I'll document that as I go along later on. The next point, these are the goals now that are being set forth by the newly organized Illuminati. Influential people trapped into coming under the control of the Illuminati, and students who had been specially educated and trained were to be used as agentur and placed behind the scenes of all governments as experts and specialists, so they could advise the top executives to adopt policies which would, in the long run, serve the secret plans of the one-worlders and bring about the ultimate destruction of the governments and religions they were elected or appointed to serve. This happened in Yalta. You remember Yalta? FDR went over. We gave away the world to them. This has happened time and time again. The next point I find very interesting, and how true it is today. The Illuminati were to obtain control of the press and all other agencies which distribute information to the public. News and information was to be slanted so the Goyams would come to believe that a one-world government is the only solution to our many and varied problems. True today, isn't it? And again, I'm going to deal with that a little later on in this first 2 hours of the lecture. Going down here, a German author named Zwack put Weissaup's revised vision of the old age conspiracy into book form and named it Ein Original Skripten. My German isn't too good, even though I have a little bit of German in me. In 1784, a copy of this document was sent to the illuminist Weishaupt and delegated to foment the French Revolution. Mean the Illuminati was responsible for the French Revolution? Yes, absolutely. The courier was struck dead by lightning as he rode through Ratisbon on his way from Frankfurt to Paris. What about a little divine intervention there, huh? The police found the subversive documents on his body and turned them over to the proper government authorities. After careful study of the plot, the Bavarian government ordered the police to raid Weissaupt's newly organized lodges of the Grand Orient and the homes of some of the most influential associates, including the castle of Baron Bossendorf. Additional evidence thus obtained convinced the authorities the documents were a genuine copy of a conspiracy by which the Synagogue of Satan had controlled the Illuminati at the top, planned to use wars and revolutions to bring about the establishment of one kind or another of a one-world government, the powers of which they intended to usurp as soon as it was established. In 1785, the Bavarian government outlawed the Illuminati and closed the lodges of the Grand Orient. In 1786, they published the details of the conspiracy. I find that very interesting, and I think that we can now go on to some more specific goals, as mentioned. This appears also in this Pawns in the Game. In 1773, when Meyer Rothschild was only 30 years of age, he invited 12 other wealthy and influential men to meet him in Frankfurt. His purpose was to convince them that if they agreed to pool their resources, they could then finance and control the world revolutionary movement and use it as their manual of action to win ultimate control of the wealth, natural resources, and manpower of the world. After the general introduction to build up an enthusiastic reception for the plot he was about to unfold, Rothschild turned to a manuscript and proceeded to read a carefully prepared plan of action. The following is what I have, this is the author, what I have been assured is a condensed version of the plot by which the conspirators hope to obtain ultimate undisputed control of the wealth, natural resources, and manpower of the entire world. 1. The speaker started to unfold the plot by saying that because the majority of men are inclined to evil rather than to good, the best results in governing them could be obtained by using violence and terrorism and not by academic discussions. The speaker reasoned that in the beginning, human society had been subject to brutal and blind force, which was afterwards changed to law. He argued that law was force only to disguise. He reasoned it was logical to conclude that by the laws of the nature, rights lies in force. Next point. He next asserted that political freedom is an idea and not a fact. He stated that in order to usurp political power, all that was necessary was to preach liberalism so that the electorate, for the sake of an idea, would yield some of their power and prerogatives, which the plotters could then gather together into their own hands. Do we have a little bit of liberalism in this country today? Of course. 3, the speaker asserted that the power of gold had usurped the power of liberal rulers even then in 1773. He reminded his audience that there had been a time when faith had ruled, but stated that once freedom had been substituted for faith, the people did not know how to use it in moderation. He argued that because of this fact, it was logical to assume that they could use the idea of freedom to bring about class wars. He pointed out that it was immaterial to the success of his plan whether the established governments were destroyed by internal or external forces, because the victor had of necessity to seek the aid of capital, which is entirely in our hands. Number 4, he argued that the use of any and all means to reach their final goal was justified on the grounds that the ruler who governed by the moral code was not a skilled politician because he left himself vulnerable and is in unsuitable position to his throne. He said those who wish to rule must have recourse to cunning and to make-believe, because great national qualities like frankness and honesty are vices in politics. I think that kind of applies to Washington, D.C. right today. Number 5, he asserted our right lies in force. The word right is an abstract thought and proves nothing. I find a new right to attack by the right of the strong and to scatter to the winds all existing forces of order and regulations, to reconstruct all existing institutions. And to become the sovereign lord of all those who left for us the rights to their powers by laying them down voluntarily in their liberalism. 6, he then admonished his listeners with these words: the power of our resources must remain invisible until the very moment when it has gained such strength that no cunning or force can undermine it. He warned them that any deviation from the line of the strategy plan he was making known to them would risk bringing to naught the labors of the century. The powers of our resources must remain invisible. What's going on in America today? Their plot, their plans, their conspiracy remains invisible. Nobody in a position of authority seems to be worried about it. It's only us who are goyams that are concerned about it, right? The mass of the people. We do have an opportunity, fortunately, through the alternate press, to learn about these things, and through lectures such as we have here today. Number 7, he next advocated the use of mob psychology to obtain control of the masses. He reasoned that the might of the mob is blind, senseless, and unreasoning, and ever at the mercy of suggestion from any side. He stated only a despotic ruler can rule the mob efficiently, because without absolute despotism, there can be no existence for civilization, which was carried out not by the masses, but by their guide, whosoever that person might be. He warned the moment the mob seizes freedom in their hands, it quickly turns to anarchy. Number 8, he next advocated that the use of alcohol, liquor, drugs, moral corruption, and all forms of vice be used systematically by their agenteurs to corrupt the morals of the youth in the nation. He recommended that the special agenteurs should be trained as tutors, lackeys, governesses, clerks, and by our women in the places of dissipation frequented by the goyams. He added, in the number of these last, I count also the so-called society ladies who become voluntary followers of the others in corruption and luxury. We must not stop at bribery, deceit, and treachery when they should serve towards the attainment of our ends. Well, what about the youth today? What about drugs today? What about corruption of the morals of our youth? The CIA is the biggest drug dealer in America, has been for years, starting back in the 1960s, okay? Going on. By the way, speaking of drugs, let me just mention, there's a recent article in Reader's Digest In fact, it was January 1996. And here's what it says. In 1993, some 6 tons of heroin, 200 tons of cocaine, and 3,900 tons of marijuana crossed the Mexican border into the United States. Now, this is just what's crossed the Mexican border. This doesn't count what came into Mena, Arkansas. The Mena, Arkansas drug operation was a $100 million a month operation for 10 years when Clinton was governor there. By the way, Larry Nichols, who was marketing director of the Arkansas Development Finance Authority, which was used as the device for laundering the drug money and for making the loans, told Bill Clinton, according to Larry Nichols, that we had this big drug operation going, and Clinton told him, hey, that's a federal problem. Well, now that he's president, I guess maybe it's a state problem. But for those of you who are not familiar with the Mena, Arkansas situation, the Arkansas Development Finance Authority was established in order to provide money, loans to schools, churches, and students. And instead, it was used to launder money from the Mena drug operation. And in that particular operation, they were flying arms out and drugs in. And Bill Clinton himself personally signed off on each loan. The loans were not repaid in many instances. In some instances, they didn't even make one payment. And Don Tyson, according to Clinton Chronicles, number 2, himself took a $10 million loan from there and never paid it back. So we're talking about just the Mexican border here. We're not talking about what was flown in and out of this country. We're not talking about what's coming over from the Canadian border now. And my confidential sources tell me that there's extensive drug operations coming in from Canada. Now, stop and think about this. There's an extensive amount of corruption in the state of Nebraska. There's no question about it. My sources in Montana tell me that there's an extensive amount of drugs and corruption with officials in that state. It makes a lot of sense, and it's much easier to corrupt a state with a few small population rather than with a large population like New York and California. So I think that's what we're looking at, and that would also include, of course, Arkansas. Now, according to these statistics are estimates by the White House Office of the National Drug Control Policy. Now, bear in mind, there was 1993, 6 tons of heroin, 200 tons of cocaine, and 3,900 tons of marijuana. I've already said that once. Now, yet that year, Customs confiscated from trucks, tankers, and vans less than 9 tons of marijuana, 4 tons of cocaine, and no heroin. So we're talking about corruption? Yes. Corruption at the highest level. Now, I have some sources, some confidential sources who furnish me information from time to time. And there's code words for some of these various operations. The code word that I'm going to tell you about right now, and this is in my source's own handwriting. He doesn't write too well, so I may make some mistakes. The Black Rose is the code word for this. It's a clandestine group of U.S. government operatives, primarily the CIA, which has for many years run illegal drugs and arms operations in both Southeast Asia via the Golden Triangle and the Middle East via the Golden Crescent, funded by the British socialist-based Russell Trust drug cartel. The Black Rose's current chairman and co-founder is an individual known as the White Rose, or GHWB, a known bisexual pedophile and CFR, Council on Foreign Relations conspirator. This man, as a top member of the Skull and Bones Society, developed the heroin ring, which, while servicing as ambassador, along with his CIA activities. The Black Rose also runs cocaine through Panama from Colombia to the offshore oil rigs in the Gulf of Mexico. That's directly from a government agent. Now, we mentioned Vietnam. In the McDonald case that I described to you earlier, the motive for the cover-up, and I waited until now to tell you about this. Helena Stokely told me that the reason for the cover-up was because her satanic cult drug group were bringing drugs in from the base that had been flown in plastic bags in the body cavities of the dead GIs from Vietnam in Air Force planes, CIA planes. They were bringing the drugs off the base and distributing them up and down the East Coast. And they went in on their own, wiped out the McDonald family, without the knowledge of the higher-ups in the drug operation, which included some top Army personnel, some police officers, 2 attorneys in Fayetteville. And the higher-ups were afraid that if there was an investigation of Alina Stokely's satanic cult group, it could expose the whole operation. You want documentation on drugs being flown in plastic bags in the body cavities of the dead GIs? Look at Time magazine, January 1, 1973. I mentioned Mena, Arkansas, drugs. By the way, there's been so much heat placed on Mena, Arkansas, that they've shifted their operation for this drug activity to Biloxi, Mississippi. I mentioned the laundering of money on the Mena, Arkansas case. They were laundering their money through the Arkansas Development Finance Authority into a BCCI bank in Atlanta, Georgia, and one in Florida. And they also laundered their money in Ross Stankowski's bank in Chicago. Beg your pardon? That's right. I'm sorry. That's right. We're not supposed to have questions, are we? Okay. Now let's talk about the next point here, item number 9. Turning to politics, he claimed that they had the right to seize property by any means and without hesitation, if by doing so they secured submission and sovereignty. He pronounced our state marching along the path of peaceful conquest has the right to replace the horrors of war by less noticeable and more satisfactory sentences of death necessary to maintain the terror which tends to produce blind submission. I gave a speech just a few nights ago for the Prophecy Club in Wichita. 2 nights ago, as a matter of fact. And a farmer came up afterwards, told me about his problem, and I'm sure that some of you here may have the same problem. He was granted some loans by the bank, and he was making his payments. He had a little problem for a short period of time, but he was able, he felt like he could catch up on it, and they recalled the whole note. Now he's in the process of losing his farm. It's been in the family for 5 generations. This is tragic, and this is happening to farmer after farmer after farmer. I don't know if those of you who are familiar with the Gordon Call case out of North Dakota. IRS came in. They were going to take his land away from him, his farm away from him. He had a shootout with the U.S. Marshals on the highway. His son, Yori, was shot and is presently serving life in the penitentiary right now. I'm glad to report that Yori's attorney is John DeCamp from Lincoln, Nebraska, who's also worked with the Nebraska Franklin cover-up case. John's a wonderful man and a great attorney, and I've been working with John, as I mentioned, since the late 1980s. But Gordon Call had to go into hiding in Arkansas, and he was ultimately murdered by the marshals. And the sheriff who went in with the marshals, according to information I have, made the statement after they shot him, "Oh, you shot the wrong man," and then the sheriff ended up dead. I can't say that somebody shot him or didn't shoot him, but I know he ended up dead. The house ended up being burned down. Those of you who are familiar with Dianne Feinstein, the senator from California, she's introduced a bill about taking the national parks and taking the state land and county land and turning it over to the federal government. There is an organization in the government itself known as the International Biosphere Reserves. The New World Order, this is again from one of my sources, for section of land, the New World Order term for section of land that has been turned over to the World Conservation Bank, that's the World WCB, in lieu of payments of the debt of the International Monetary Fund or the World Bank. It's called the International Biosphere Reserves. In the U.S., largely unknown by most Americans, many beautiful national parks and wilderness areas are quietly being turned over to the world bankers, the Rothschilds, Rockefeller cartel, as payment on the national debt. Areas such as the Smoky Mountain National Park, these are then cleared of any citizens and zealously patrolled by the U.S. Forestry Service. This is going on today, and as a matter of fact, of the 98 federal parks in this country, the United Nations has control of 47 of them. There is an agency, a little-known agency in the Treasury Department. It's called the Financial Crimes Enforcement Network. It's a little-known agency whose subversive mission is to monitor every dime you earn, track every dollar you spend, and identify all your assets and property for later confiscation. Let's go on to number 10. Dealing with the use of the slogans, he said, in ancient times we were the first to put the words liberty, equality, and fraternity into the mouths of the masses, words repeated to this day by stupid poll parrots, words which the would-be wise men of the Goyams could make nothing of in their abstractness and did not note the contradiction of their meaning and interrelation. He claimed the words brought under their directions and control legions who bore out our banners with enthusiasm. He reasoned that there is no place in nature for equality, liberty, or fraternity. He said, on the ruins of the natural and genealogical aristocracy of the Goyams, we have set up the aristocracy of money. Qualification for this aristocracy is wealth, which is dependent upon us. Well, let's look at wealth. Where's the wealth of this country today? Federal Reserve, right? And where does the money collected from the IRS go? It goes to the Federal Reserve. It doesn't go toward paying the national debt. And from the Federal Reserve System, which is a private held stock corporation, it goes into the World Bank. And the banks are in London, Switzerland, Rome, Paris, and so forth. These are the people that run the world. These are the Illuminati. Very simple. The most recent information on money, and this has been documented, is that there's $1 billion per day in $100 bills that's being shipped out of Kennedy Airport by Delta Airlines to Russia. $1 billion per day in $100 bills, 5 days a week. And for those of you who are not too familiar with the Federal Reserve System, I'm sure some of you do know this. I know most of you probably do. This is a well-educated group, obviously. The Federal Reserve asks the U.S. Treasury to print up $100 bills. The U.S. Treasury charges the Federal Reserve 2.3 cents per bill. And then the Federal Reserve takes that money that they have that came right out of the sky, right from the Treasury Department, and they loan it out. That plus principal and interest. Let's go on now to number 11. He then expounded his theories regarding war. In 1773, he set down a principle which the government of Britain and the United States publicly announced as their joint policy in 1939. Don't you find that interesting? Set down policy. He set down a principle that was announced by our government and the British in 1939. I find that fascinating. He said it should be the policy of those present to foment wars, but to direct the peace conference so that neither of the combatants obtain territorial gains. He said the war should be directed so that the nations engaged on both sides should be placed further in our debt and in the power of our agentures. Yalta again. We gave away, we basically won. What did they do to Patton? You remember what they did to Patton? He wanted to keep right on going. He was told by the president, stop. By the way, are you aware of the fact that we left, our government left, between 35 and 50,000 GIs in Russia after World War II? I'm sure you're aware of the MIA POW issue in the Vietnam. Okay? General Patton wanted to go after them. It was shortly after he said he was going to go into Russia and rescue our boys that he died in an automobile accident. Well, at least he wasn't Arkansas-ed. Okay, next. Number 12. He then dealt with administration. He told those present that they must use their wealth to have candidates chosen for public office who would be servile and obedient to our commands, so they may readily be used as pawns in our game by learned and ingenious men we will appoint to operate behind the scenes of government as official advisors. He added, the men we appoint as advisors will have been bred, reared, and trained from childhood in accordance with our ideas to rule the affairs of the whole world. I find this very interesting. They will have been bred, reared, and trained from childhood in accordance with our ideas to rule the affairs of the whole world. Now, I have, in my experience in developing information about satanic movement in this country, I've talked to a lot of people. An example of this, number 12, being born bred. I was contacted by a lady attorney in New York City. She was a multi-generation Satanist. You remember I told you that's somebody that's been raised, born into the family. Grandfather, grandmother, mother, father, etc. She told me that she was raised by her family. She knew well in advance that she was going to be an attorney, and she was sent to law school, and her specialty was immigration laws. And she would go to Europe and bring children into this country that she didn't know, land at Kennedy Airport in New York City, turn these children over, usually one child at a time, and she was a specialist on immigration, so she knew what to do in Europe in order to get their hands on this child. Bring the child in, turn it over to a man, two men, in Kennedy Airport she'd never met before, and walk away. She was supposedly bringing the child in for adoption. I've seen case after case of history where people were specifically assigned and born and reared and trained for assignments in this area. Have you ever heard of presidential models? Presidential models are sex slaves for some of the top people in the government. There's a woman named Kathy O'Brien who's recently written a book on this. I happen to know of another lady who was a presidential model. And what they do, and these ladies were born for that purpose. In fact, one of them was born on Eisenhower's inauguration. And they're trained mind control, MK Ultra, Project Monarch. These are CIA mind control programs. They're trained specifically for an assignment. In this particular assignment, she told me, the one girl, the one lady told me that she was molested on a regular basis by her father, and he still loved her, however. And when she was 16, he came in and he was crying in her bedroom. He said, "My dear, I've got to give you up." And he passed her on to some training for training with a group of men. She later ended up with some of the top politicians in the country, presidents. I'm talking about presidents. This has been confirmed by two individuals I've talked to, Kathy O'Brien and another one. The other one wishes to remain anonymous. And I understand there are three other ladies who fall in this category. They've all gotten out, and it's just like the children that they use for victims of pedophile. When they get so old, they let them out, push them out onto the street. Okay, item number 13. He dealt with propaganda and explained how their combined wealth could control all outlets of public information while they remained in the shade and clear of blame, regardless of what the repercussions might be due to the publication of libels, slander, or untruths. The speaker said, "Thanks to the press, we've got gold in our hands, notwithstanding the fact that we had to gather it out of the oceans of blood and tears. But it has paid us even though we have sacrificed many of our own people. Each victim on our side is worth 1,000 goyams." Well, don't you find that interesting? We're talking about propaganda. We're talking about the press, outlets of public information. I don't know how many of you are aware, but I recently ran for President of the United States. And in November, late November, I was sitting in my living room. I don't sit very often. I usually am working. But I was watching the politicians. And I said to myself, these people have missed the point. They either are totally ignorant or they don't know what they're talking about. But these people, these men are running for President of the United States. They haven't really addressed the real issues. The real issues are what we're talking about here today. These are the issues. Not, I'm going to go back to Washington, D.C. and make this all a bed of roses. And as far as I'm concerned, there's not a dime's worth of difference between the Democrats or the Republicans. They've both been compromised. And these kids that were taken back to Washington, D.C., they weren't taken back just for Democrats, and they weren't taken back just for Republicans. There were Republicans and Democrats there. But anyway, I got mad. I had $164.31 in the bank, and I said, I'm going to run for President of the United States. And I did. I thought about it, and I said, well, I've been a Republican all my life. Should I run as a Republican, or maybe I should go over and register Democrat for the first time my whole life and run against the real problem, Bill Clinton? So I did. I registered Democrat, and I was, you know, there's some good Democrats, good conservative Democrats, I'm sure. Someplace, I don't know where they are, but they're someplace. But anyway, then I formed a group, committee to elect Ted Gunderson, and we did raise a few dollars. The first check I received was for $1,000, and I used that $1,000 to register in New Hampshire. And I got on the ballot in New Hampshire, and then I was able to raise another $2,500, and I was able to get on the ballot in Texas. And then I raised another $500, and I sent it to Colorado, and with my $500, I met the deadlines, filled out the application, and I received a response back about 10 days later, 2 weeks later. I'm sorry, you're not a viable candidate, and they kept my $500. I tried to get on the ballot in Oregon and Tennessee. They said, you're not a viable candidate, forget it. Anyway, to make a long story short, I had, in addition to my experiences dealing with the media, this deals with number 13, dealing with the media as an FBI agent, I dealt with them as a politician. I mean, really, let's face it, I'm not really a politician, right? But it was fun. And I recall that I was campaigning in Texas. I did manage to get to Texas. I didn't manage to get to New Hampshire. My money was real short. But a man came in. He liked my platform, strictly downsize the federal government, do away with the IRS, go back to the 17th Amendment, you know, states' rights, and so forth. The man came in. He said, look, he said, I'd like to support you. And I said, fine. You know, I need all the support I can get. He said, no, financially. I said, fine, but you can only give me $1,000 unless you put a political action committee together and you give me $5,000. He said, no. He says, I'll tell you what we'll do. We'll go on a joint venture, and I'll invest some money, and you can come in and be a business partner with me. I said, that's great. So I thought I was going to have some money, and so I called on February the 9th. I called a television station in New Hampshire. I called WMUR, ABC TV, Manchester, New Hampshire. And I said, look, I'm Ted Gunderson. I'm a presidential candidate, and I had a committee to elect, and I was registered with the Federal Election Commission. And I want to run Clinton Chronicles this Sunday night, or a week from Sunday night. And what will 2 hours prime time cost me? Now, I thought I was going to have the money, because this man said, well, I'll bring $750,000 in. I'm going to bring it in from overseas. And I thought he was legit. As it is, I think he was a government plant, but that's beside the point. But anyway, I thought I was going to have the money. So, you know, bear in mind, as a politician, the only way they can turn me down as a candidate, a viable candidate, is if there's sex or drugs involved in the video or the show. Well, there's drugs involved, certainly, and sex involved, but it's not by me, right? I mean, it's a documentary. So they said $20,000. And I talked to a woman named Julie Campesino. Call back Monday. Hi, Julie, this is Ted. Yes, I remember. Oh, by the way, I checked, and I was wrong on the price for 2 hours prime time. It's $120,000. So it went up $100,000. I was scheduled in New Hampshire to be on a forum, and I was canceled. And I had a feeling I was supposed to be on a forum on Friday morning. Before I got on the plane, I thought, I better call. I called, and they said, well, you're not, you know, you were scheduled, but you're not going to be on there. I had an opportunity to talk at Branch Davidian rally on the state capitol building in Texas, Austin, Texas, on a Saturday morning. And I was the last speaker. There were 4 speakers. And they were filming all 3 of them before I got up. And when I got up to talk, CBS closed down and walked away. So we're talking about the press, control of the press. Now, in New Hampshire, when the final ballot was in, by the way, I ended up 12th out of 21 candidates there. And in Texas, I was able to come up with 15,501 votes. And half of those votes were from the Christian Station TV show that I did in Houston, Texas. And so it shows you the power of television. But in New Hampshire, when the final tally came in for the Democratic primary, the press reported that Bill Clinton had 94% of the votes and the rest of us had 6%. Well, I went behind the scenes and I found out that what happened was Bill Clinton actually had 91% and 3% of the voters submitted a blank ballot. That was never reported in the press. In Iowa, there was, in one instance, there was 13% of the votes were taken away from Buchanan. And what happened was the precinct captains reported the information to the media before he gave it to the electorates. And they reported it and put it out as the official news. By the way, in the Nebraska case, this is a typical example of controlling the press. Yorkshire Television out of England came into Lincoln and Omaha and did a 10-month TV documentary of the case. They talked to Paul Bonacci, Alicia Owens, and by the way, the kids told me that there were victims. Young children were being transported from Omaha to Des Moines, to Milwaukee, to Madison, back to Minneapolis. They were being victimized by some of the leading men in all of these various communities, leading businessmen. But Yorkshire Television came in. We couldn't, John could not get an American organization or corporation or American studio or film production company to do anything here, so he went to England. They worked for 10 months. They put together a TV documentary. It's called Conspiracy in Silence. On May the 4th, 1994, it was to be aired. 2 weeks before it was to be aired, on the Discovery Channel was purchased by Cox Television, and the show was killed. Cox Television out of Atlanta, Georgia. One of the major stockholders in Cox Television, according to John DeCamp, is George Bush. I find that very interesting. Now, there was an article recently in the Las Vegas Review-Journal. And since I happen to live in Las Vegas, I happen to have noticed this, but I've seen this on a number of other occasions. It's dated April 3, 1996. This article deals with the Freeman. The Freeman's beliefs are described as the headlines. I got mad not too long ago when I heard Brandy Schweitzer, Leroy Schweitzer's daughter, was claiming that her father was being tortured by the U.S. Marshal. I jumped on a plane and flew to Montana to find out for myself. I interviewed Brandy Schweitzer and Scott Schweitzer, and I interviewed another individual who saw Leroy Schweitzer, the head of the Freeman Group, in Montana the day that he was arraigned, and he had a 1.5-inch gash on his cheek, and I took statements from these people on camera. And so I do have a little bit of first-hand knowledge. I've also interviewed a number of people who have attended the school. And in fact, Jeremiah Television is doing a video on it, and I'm helping them in that regard. I just want to read this to you. But after a week of being confined to the snow-covered ranch, watched by federal agents who have a direct telephone line to the ranch compound, the Freemen are showing signs of leaning more heavily on the racist Christian identity teachings that form the basis of their politics. It's very frightening, said Eric Ward, Associate Director of the Northwest Coalition Against Malicious Harassment. Sometimes I wonder who's being harassed, by the way. The Seattle-based human rights group is well known in the region for keeping track of neo-Nazis, white supremacists, and other fringe groups. They believe there's a world conspiracy that has signaled them out and that satanic powers will be turned against them, Ward said. It creates the idea of being crusaders or even martyrs for the cause. The Christian identity movement holds that white people from Northern Europe are God's chosen, while Jews are the offspring of Satan and blacks are subhuman, quote, mud people, end quote. This theory may be the backbone of the Freemen's efforts to set up their own government. Notice it said may be, right? To set up their own government and claim America for, quote, true citizens. It's like a cult, Ward said. These are people who have isolated themselves from the rest of society. There's no moderating influence. They're feeding on one another's fears and paranoia. That becomes an explosive situation for those who have to deal with this group. I've asked everybody I've interviewed who's attended that school, I've asked them about this article, and they said, not true, not true. That's how the media, the news is slanted. Now, I'd like to read, in conclusion with number 13, I'd like to read from an article that appeared in Operation Vampire Killer 2000. Some of you may have already seen this. And here's what it says. David Rockefeller, international billionaire, humanist, CFR, Council on Foreign Relations kingpin, founder of the Trilateral Commission, World Order godfather, and in all probability the high school graduated voted most likely to be hanged for treason. I didn't say that. Voiced his praise of the control of the U.S. media for keeping their oath not to divulge the globist plans to the public. Speaking to his fellow conspirators at a meeting of yet one more infamous world order group, the Bilderbergers, Mr. Rockefeller said, by the way, I have a book that's available. You talk about control of the media, control of the press. It's called Who's Who of the Elite. And if you're interested in this book, I'll be glad to make it available to you. I'll just have to give you the information. My address will appear, by the way, on this video at the end. And if I can't come up with it, I'll make sure that the Prophecy Club has it available to them if you want to get it from them. But this book is the Who's Who of the Elite. This names the members of the Trilateral, current members and past members, the Council on Foreign Relations, the Committee of 300, the Bilderbergers, Skull and Bones, and then it breaks them down. It points out the number that are working in the TV media. It points out the number that are working in universities. There's a lot of them in the universities, folks. It points out the number that are working in the publishing business and the number that work in the print media. I don't have those figures with me, but it's amazing and astounding how many that there are. And that's your control of the media. Anyway, continuing. This is what Rockefeller, according to Operation Vampire Killer 2000, this is what Rockefeller told the Bilderbergers. We are grateful to the Washington Post, the New York Times, Time Magazine, and other great publications whose directors have attended our meetings and respected their promise of discretion for almost 40 years. He went on to explain, it would have been impossible for us to develop our plan for the world if we had been subject to the bright lights of publicity during those years. But the world is now more sophisticated and prepared to march towards a world government. The supernatural sovereignty of an intellectual elite and world bankers is surely preferable to the national autodetermination practiced in past centuries. And then it goes on, that's the end of the quote. It is not reported if the attendees kissed his ring or anything else after their leader bestowed his blessing on those in attendance. Actually, we could ask Governor Clinton or Dan Quayle, both of whom were there. Bush and Clinton are Bilderbergers, internationalists, and their goals are exactly the same for America. Let us repeat. Clinton's, Bush's, Perot's plans for America are virtually identical. The Republican, the Democrats' goal for America are virtually identical. They both are taking our nation into global government. Globalist Mr. Dan Quayle was there in the June 1991 meeting, being sized up as a possible Bilderberger U.S. presidential contender in 1996. The major media's job is to convince Americans that the Republicans and the Democrats are on opposite sides and fighting each other. Interesting. Okay, number 14. He then explained the necessity of having their agenteur always come into the open and appear on the scene when conditions had reached their lowest ebb and the masses have been subjected by means of want and terror. He pointed out that when it was time to restore order, they should do it in such a way that the victims would believe that they had been the prey of criminals and irresponsibles. He said, by executing the criminals and lunatics after they have carried out our preconceived reign of terror, we can make ourselves appear as the saviors of the oppressed and the champions of the workers. The speaker then added, we are interested in just the opposite, in the denudation, the killing out of the goyim. I have received information and I want to be very cautious about this. I cannot document this. It's strictly intelligence, raw intelligence information, so I don't put it out as a fact. But if it's true, it's something to be concerned about. That weapons are being given to gangs in this country, gangs that are distributing drugs, men on the street, and that these gangs are the ones that have been designated to shoot and eliminate police officers when the time comes. And then the Army or the New World Order or the military, whoever's going to be taking over eventually, will come in and eliminate the gangs. I also have information that the biggest concern of the New World Order is not the militia. That's all a facade. I'm afraid they could eliminate the militia as it stands today without too much difficulty, although there will be some people that will be difficult to locate and seek out. But the biggest concern they have is the veterans who have come back from the various services, particularly the Navy SEALs and the Special Forces. And I have been told, and I think this is accurate information, I don't want to put it out as a fact per se, because I have not seen paper on it, and I usually like to say this is so because I've seen the documentation. But I've been told that these are the men that they're concerned about, the New World Order is concerned about. These are the men who have already had others assigned for assassination. In other words, these are the ones that will be the first to be assassinated when the New World Order tries to take over. Okay, next. He next explained how industrial depressions and financial panics could be brought about and used to serve their purpose, saying enforced unemployment and hunger imposed on the masses because of the power we have to create shortages of food will create the right of capital to rule more surely than it was given to the real aristocracy and by the legal authority of kings. He claimed that by having their agentur control the mob, and the mob could then be used to wipe out all who dare to stand in their way. Number 15, financial panic, right? Food shortage. What about the savings and loan? You remember the savings and loan when they deregulated savings and loan? Millions of people lost their money, their life's savings. Right up here in Lincoln, Nebraska, Commonwealth Savings and Loan was written up in on 60 Minutes over that. There's organizations that advocate right today the reduction of the world population. They're actively advocating that. Warren Buffett, the richest man in America, on and off with another gentleman, depending on how much stock they bought the day before, and has been identified by the kids in the Nebraska case as being present at some of the meetings that were held. Warren Buffett is very active in this organization to reduce the world population. It's been alleged that the AIDS epidemic was actually started by the government. And then we have more recently this, the HARP program. For those of you who do not have this book, it is available through the Prophecy Club. Angels don't play this harp. Advances in Tesla's technology. The HARP program. U.S. government has a new ground-based Star Wars weapon which is being tested in the remote bush country of Alaska. This new system manipulates the environment in a way which can disrupt human mental processes, jam all global communication systems, change weather patterns over large areas, that's happening right today, interfere with wildlife migration patterns, negatively affect your health, unnaturally impact the Earth's upper atmosphere. The U.S. military calls its Zapper HARP, High Frequency Active Auroral Research Program, but this Skybuster is not about the northern lights. This device will turn on lights never intended to be artificially manipulated. It's all explained in this book that's available, I think, back here today. Looking at the Gulf War illness, the British troops and the American troops were vaccinated. 440,000 of them. They were the ones that became ill, not the other troops who were not vaccinated. Looking at the food shortage. People said, oh, there's no food shortage. I have an article here, June 12, 1995, Spotlight Magazine. During the last 18 months, the government has been storing hundreds of tons of grain and other foodstuffs in some 50 secret underground facilities around the country. There are certain grain shortages areas that are empty on a regular basis to the extent that there's hardly any grain available for the general public. Look at it. Let's go on to the next item. Oops. I'm not doing so well, am I? Oops. Let's see. Okay. We talked about financial panics and so forth, depression, financial problems. The infiltration into continental Freemasonry was next discussed extensively. The speaker stated that their purpose would be to take advantage of the facilities and secrecy Freemasonry had to offer. He pointed out that they could organize their own Grand Orient lodges within Blue Masonry in order to carry on their subversive activities and hide the true nature of their work under the cloak of philanthropy. He stated that all members initiated into their Grand Orient lodges should be used to politicize purposes and for spreading their atheistic, materialistic ideology amongst the Goyams. He ended this phase of the discussion with the words, "When the hour strikes for our sovereign Lord of all the world to be crowned, these same hands will sweep away everything that might stand in their way." Number 17, he next expounded the value of systematic deception, pointing out that their agentur should be trained in the use of high-sounding phrases and the use of popular slogans. They should make the masses the most lavish of promises. He observed the opposite of what has been promised can always be done afterwards, that is, of no consequences. He reasoned that by using such words as freedom and liberty, the Goyams could be stirred up to such a pitch and patriotic fever that they could be made to fight even against the laws of God and nature. He added, and for this reason, after we obtain control of the very name of God, we'll be erased from the lexicon of life. He then detailed the plans for revolutionary war, the art of street fighting, and outlined the pattern of the reign of terror, which he insisted must accompany every revolutionary effort, because it is the most economical way to bring the population to a speedy subjection. Well, we have most recently here Janet Reno, among other things, once a national hit team, February 27, 1995. You find it interesting that she is talking about using U.S. military units as well as personnel from all the federal agencies, the Bureau of Alcohol, Tobacco, and Firearms, drug enforcement agencies, and I'm sure the FBI, yes, the FBI. And in fact, under the proposed new act, the Rapid Deployment Strike Force would be commanded by Deputy Assistant Director of the FBI and would be staffed by not only FBI agents, but through the transfer of personnel from their elites and entities into the Department of Justice or any other federal agency. So, we have there a direct contradiction and violation of the posse comitatus. I might mention that it's been documented that the military and civilian law enforcement agencies, federal agencies, have had a series of joint training sessions in Michigan and in Arizona in house-to-house training. House-to-house training of going in and searching the houses and taking over a facility. Well, let's see, what was that last question? That was number 18. Number 19. Diplomacy was next discussed. After all wars, secret diplomacy must be insisted upon in order that our agentur masquerading as political, financial, and economic advisors, can carry out our mandates without fear of exposing who are the secret power behind the national and international affairs. The speaker then told those present that by secret diplomacy they must obtain such control that the nation cannot come to even an inconceivably private agreement without our secret agents being on hand. Number 20, the ultimate world government is the goal. To reach this goal, the speaker told them, it will be necessary to establish huge monopolies, reservoirs of such colossal riches that even the largest fortunes of the Goyams will depend on us to such an extent that they will go to the bottom together with the credit of their government on the day after the great political smash. The speaker then added, you gentlemen here present who are economists just strike an estimate of the significance of this combination. Well, I think you may recall, since you are a well-educated group, about the meeting in San Francisco, September 27th to October 1st, Plans for Global Civilization. Gorbachev, Bush led the charge. It was chaired by Ted Turner. Margaret Thatcher was also there. Margaret Thatcher was the one person that said, no, I want to maintain sovereignty for Great Britain, for England. And she walked out on it. What about our people? Don't you think we deserve sovereignty? Of course we do. And now, in order to take over the world, or take over the country, you have to have certain situations which are in existence, and certain commands, and certain mandates, and a certain degree of power. And this is it right here. These are presently in order right now. Executive orders now in effect. Check them one against the Communist Manifesto. We'll turn over to the Communist Manifesto next. Now let me explain. Executive orders, this is unconstitutional, this whole thing right here. Because executive orders were designed to give directives to departmental heads within the government. In other words, the president can tell the director of the FBI, do this. He can tell the Department of Justice, Attorney General, do this. The Postmaster General, do this. Okay? Executive Order 10995 takes over all communications. Executive Order 10997 takes over all electric power, petroleum, gas, fuel, and minerals. Executive Order 10998 takes over all food resources and farms. Executive Order 10999 takes over all means of transportation, controls highways and seaports. Executive Order 11000 drafts all citizens into workforces under government supervision, slave laborers. Sounds like Nazi Germany to me. Executive Order 11001 takes over all health, welfare, and educational functions. We already have what's the United Nations outcome education? And this is in many of our schools today, so they've already started in the educational functions. Executive Order 11002 empowers the Post Office General to register all citizens nationwide. They're probably already doing that through credit cards and Social Security Administration. I'd say that's probably already in effect. Executive Order 11003 takes over all airports and aircraft. Executive Order 11004 takes over housing and finance authorities and housing designated as unsafe, establishes new locations for populations, builds new housing with public funds. Executive Order 11005 takes over railroads, inland waterways, and public storage facilities. Don't you find public storage facilities kind of a strange? And that's strange that they would say that. But I can certainly understand why, because they want to go after the guns, they want to go after the food. There is a new legislation. I heard it's been passed, but at least I can say without any question it's been proposed, that would limit the time limit that you have food on your shelf in your home. Yes. By the way, going back to HAARP, I forgot to mention, one of the devices on HAARP, that's the electronic high frequency in Alaska that we mentioned a few minutes ago. Any car that's been built the last 4 years has a computer chip in it. And HAARP can freeze that car in place once they turn it on. They have the capability of doing that. In New Jersey, they recently passed a law that placed very high restrictions on the exhaust emission of automobiles And it's been stated, and I have the records of this someplace, I don't have it with me here today, that most of the automobiles that are 10 years old and older will not be able to pass the emission test in New Jersey. And, of course, that would not include the automobiles that have been built in the last 4 years. Executive Order 11051 designates the responsibilities of the Office of Emergency Planning, giving authorization to put the above orders into effect in times of increased international tension or economic crisis, anytime they want to do it, in other words. Then comes the big one, Executive Order 11490. All of the above orders are immediately activated. President John Kennedy at Columbia University in 1963 said it perfectly. The high office of the president has been used to foment a plot to destroy America's freedom, and before I leave this office, I must inform the citizens of their plight. 10 days later, he was dead. Communist Manifesto. The Communist Manifesto represents a misguided philosophy which teaches the citizens to give up the rights for the sake of the common good, but it also ends in a police state. This is called preventative justice. Control is a key concept. Read this carefully. Abolishment of private property. Heavy progressive income tax. Abolishment of all rights of inheritance. Confiscation of property for all immigrants and rebels. A central bank. Government control of communication and transportation. Government ownership of factories and agriculture. Government control of labor. Corporate farms, regional planning. By the way, to have corporate farms, you just about have to take over all the farms, don't you? Well, what are they doing in this country today? The big conglomerates are coming in and taking over the farms and the ranches when you can't meet your note in IRS, like in the Gordon Call case. Government control of education. Now let's look at. I took this out of the book recently, and these are we're going back to the Illuminati now. We're going back 200 years. In a meeting on July the 16th, 1782, they set forth a 7-part goal: order of chaos, abolition of private property, abolishment of inheritance, patriotism, all religion, abolishment of the family. What are they doing in this country today? Look at the moral fibers that are being destroyed through drugs. Drugs that are being brought into this country by government people. Creation of a new world order. 1782, a new world order. Number 21. Economic war. Plans to rob the Goyams of their landed properties and industries were then discussed. A combination of high taxes and unfair competition was advocated to bring about the economic ruin of the Goyim as far as their national financial interests and investments were concerned. In the international field, he felt that they could be encouraged to price themselves out of the markets. This could be the achievement, could be achieved by the careful control of raw materials, organized agitation amongst the workers for shorter hours and higher pay, and by subsidizing competitors. The speaker warned his co-conspirators that they must arrange matters and control conditions so that the increased wages obtained by the workers will not benefit them in any way. What's happening today? The price of cattle. Somebody told me that cattle in Texas is selling for 15 cents a pound. The feed is so high that they can't buy the feed, among other things. What about GATT and NAFTA, North American Free Trade? There's 16,400 Americans lose their jobs every day since GATT and NAFTA were passed. There's been over 800,000 people who've lost their jobs because of GATT and NAFTA. In the oil industry alone, from 1986 to 1992, the number of operating oil rigs dropped from 4,000 to less than 650. Oil was being brought, we were self-sustaining ourselves to a degree, and in lieu of the active oil wells, we have instead 15 super tankers that are bringing 15 million barrels of oil a day into Houston, Texas. Zapata Oil Company owns 5 of these super tankers. Zapata Oil Company is owned by the George Bush family. all the oil that we have in Alaska, I understand that there's been a strike in Alaska, and there's no question we could be self-sustaining just from the oil that's available to us in that state. Now, for the 26 years from 1946 to 1971, speaking of the America's economy, 1946 to 1971, for 26 years, the U.S. trade had a surplus of $98 billion. The economy grew from 4.8% per year. The national debt rose to $148 billion. For the next 23 years, from 1972 to 1994, the U.S. suffered a $1.6 trillion trade deficit, whereas we had a surplus of $98 billion before. The economy grew 3.8%. The federal debt soared an annual rate of 3,200% per year, more than preceding 26, not per year, but the rate of 3,200% more than any preceding 26 years by $4.3 trillion. So we have, where do we leave off? Number 21, 22, armaments. It was suggested that the building up of armaments for the purpose of making the Goyim destroy each other should be launched at such a colossal scale that in the final analysis there will only be the masses of the proletariat left in the world, with the few millionaires devoted to our cause and police and soldiers sufficient to protect our interests. Number 23, the new order. Members of the one world government would be appointed by the director. He would pick men from among the scientists, the economists, the financiers, the industrialists, and from the millionaires, because in substance everything will be settled by the question of figures. Number 24, importance of youth. The importance of capturing the interest of youth was emphasized with the admonition that our agenteurs should infiltrate into all classes and levels of society and government for the purpose of fooling, bemusing, and corrupting the younger members of society by teaching them theories and principles we know to be false. Well, certainly we see that today in our youth. Look at the, you know, when I was I remember when I was in grade school and junior high and high school, I never even heard of drugs. Now my granddaughter tells me in junior high that there's drugs all over the place. It's more serious and more serious every day. Number 25, national and international laws should be changed, but should be used as they are to destroy the civilization of the Goyim merely by twisting them into a contradiction of the interpretation which first masks the law and afterwards hides it altogether. Our ultimate aim is to substitute arbitration by law. The speaker then told his listeners, "You may think the Goyim will rise upon us with arms, but in the West we have against this possibility an organization of such appalling terror that the very stoutest hearts quail. The underground, the metropolitans, the subterranean corridors, these will be established in the capitals and cities of all the counties before that danger threatens." I have from a number of sources, these are confidential sources, that there are numerous underground facilities available to our adversaries throughout the United States. I have been told by a source that's reliable, a source that's involved in the intelligence community, that there is extensive city underground in the Las Vegas, Nevada area. I've also been told by reliable sources that there is a piece of equipment that will go through hard rock at the rate of, I think, 10 miles an hour. I'm not sure about how many miles an hour it'll go. And it'll spit this rock out, and you can drive a car or a train through it. I don't think there's any question about the underground subterranean efforts of this country. Going back to NAT and GAFTA, this is sent to me by an attorney, and the position statement: the so-called free trade under NAFTA and GATT is neither free nor fair. Free trade is newspeak for the subversive policy that was designed to destroy the American economy. It was hatched up by Harry Dexter White versus Frank Coe and Harold Glasser, mainlined by Senator George W. Malone on page 76. The Senate Finance Committee heard testimony on GATT that 32 nations favored tariff goods on goods which they exported to the United States. Every one of these nations had recently increased its tariffs on American goods. Now, one of them imposed the tariffs for the only admissible business reason there is, namely, to equalize the wage standards of living between two countries engaged in trade. That's mainline page 77. If a $10,000 American automobile is sold on the American market, $4,000 of that price is made up of taxes paid to support the government in the United States where that market is made possible. A Japanese car makes no such contribution to the American infrastructure. President Nixon explained it clearly. If we buy steel rail from England, they have the money and we have the rail. If we buy steel rail from ourselves, we have both the money and the rail. Allowing products that do not pay American taxes or American wages to plunder American markets destroys American jobs. American dollars are taken out of the American economy where the money creates more American products with American jobs. It is not building walls to protect the American economy from an anti-American policy that tears down American productivity and prosperity. That, ladies and gentlemen, I think fairly well documents the goals and aims of the New World Order. And then I would like to go on and describe some other activity that's taking place in this country. And by the way, before I forget, I need to tell you about a march, that's taking place right after the Republican convention out of San Diego. It's going to take place from, they're going to march from San Diego to Washington, D.C. And it's being sponsored by an organization known as CALL, down at the bottom. Let's see if this works down here. Here, CALL. And CALL is Citizens Against Legal Loopholes. You might be interested in contacting these people for a Liberty Weekend. They plan to have the rally in D.C., and the number there at the bottom is 619-755-9319. And the purpose of the rally and the march to Washington, D.C. is to attract attention and to alert people to the problems that we're having in this country today, and particularly as in regards to the Constitution of the United States. Now, continuing with the New World Order, I'd like to point out that in this newspaper article, August 27th, 1994, at the bottom, in Oklahoma City, this article asks for applicants for a new federal transfer center in Oklahoma City. And it was estimated that thousands of Oklahomans would apply for this job. The prison transfer center is designed to hold 1,400 inmates for a maximum of 10 days each. Officials anticipate the transfer center will remain in full capacity continuously. Why would we need a federal transfer center all of a sudden at full capacity, 1,400 every 10 days? That's over 50,000 transfers a year. I think something like 55,000. I talked to an ex-con recently, federal prisoner. He was in the federal prison at one time, not anymore. He told me that the federal prisoners are being used and being paid $5.50 a day to work at the abandoned military bases, and they are constructing concentration camps there. This is directly from the horse's mouth. Before George Bush left office, he signed a treaty with the United Nations. This is a document from the Army that I obtained through one of my sources. And it's called Bridge to America, Partnership States. And this treaty, which was not presented to Congress, and so therefore after 90 days it was not ratified by Congress. After 90 days it becomes law. This treaty designated foreign troops to serve in various capacities in each state in our country, the United States. For example, in Texas, it would be Czechoslovakian troops. And while the Czechoslovakian troops are occupying Texas, American troops will be occupying some countries overseas, certain countries overseas. California will be Ukrainian troops. Illinois, Polish troops. I don't see Kansas on there, and I don't see Missouri. I see Alabama and Illinois. Poland. Illinois will be Polish troops. So, I don't know of those of you who are aware of this, but not too long ago it was proposed. The proposal for House Rule 666. They're pretty arrogant, aren't they? Was designed to allow police officers more leeway in searching suspects and properties, according to a summary prepared by a House subcommittee. H.R. 666 would legislatively expand the good faith exceptions to situations where law enforcement officials gather evidence without a warrant. In other words, if a police officer believes he or she has a good reason to search you or your property, he can. Conservatives have long argued correctly that too many criminals exploit technicalities to beat the rap. On the other hand, critics have pointed out correctly that the Fourth Amendment protects all Americans, including criminals, from illegal, unconstitutional search and seizure. What an officer feels is irrelevant where the Constitution has been violated. A legislative advocate of the Civil Liberties Union, I don't know how you pronounce that, TAFA, I guess, the Civil Liberties Union, National Capital Area, told the Spotlight, this is just a new excuse to violate the Constitution. All of this hullabaloo is that law enforcement officers want separate rights, she added. Who will police the police? Apparently, some congressmen wanted to know the exact same thing. For example, Democratic amendments to the bill excluded agents of the Internal Revenue Service and the Bureau of Alcohol, Tobacco, and Firearms from rule. Representative Jim Traficant, Democrat Ohio, introduced the IRS exclusion, and Representative Harold Volkmer, Democrat Missouri, insisted the BATF abide by the Fourth Amendment. They are the biggest abusers of the rights of the gun owners and private citizens, Volkmer said. They're like a Rambo operation, and people here are realizing that. Representative Joseph Serrano, Democrat New York, introduced an amendment to have the Immigration Naturalization Service excluded. It was defeated 330 to 103. The real danger of House Rule 666 lies in the attitude of Republicans, where when Representative Melvin Watt, Democrat North Carolina, proposed replacing language in the bill with language very similar to the Fourth Amendment, the House voted 303 to 121 against his amendment. Representative Bill McCollum, Republican Florida, the bill's sponsor, said the language would gut the bill. Several Republicans agreed with him on the record. What the Democrats weren't telling anyone is the Democratic-controlled houses of the 101st and 102nd Congress passed bills aimed at doing the same thing, possibly penning citizens to unconstitutional warrantless searches, according to the subcommittee report. This bill, I understand, is not passed. It was proposed. I don't know how many of you are aware of a survey. This was, again, by Spotlight. By the way, I don't know if any of you take the Spotlight, but it's a very good alternative source, also media bypass. There's a publication, Contact, in Las Vegas that has some good information. And, but you... Oh, it did pass, okay. 666 did pass. The Spotlight has obtained a copy of the survey given to members of the U.S. Marine Corps asking, among other things, the willingness to serve in various capacities under the command of the United Nations. The most frightening of all, however, was a question asking if they had any reservations upon the citizens who refused to turn over their personal firearms as part of a gun confiscation program. The survey was given to Marines on May 10th at the 29 Palms Marine Corps base located on the southeast corner of the Mojave Desert, about 70 miles due south of San Bernardino, California, just east of Los Angeles. Among other things, the Marine facility is the site of the Corps' I can't read that, commanded by Brigadier General Sutton, an Expeditionary Air Force, which is used as a test and training center for the Marines of the 1st Unmanned Aerial Vehicle Combat Company, which utilizes unmanned aerial drones intended for long-range reconnaissance purposes. According to a young Marine who provided a copy of the survey to the Spotlight, it was given by a naval commander who claims he was working on his master's degree and was writing his thesis about giving up our military sovereignty to the United Nations Secretary General. Those taking the survey were limited to veterans of Operation Just Cause, the U.S. invasion of Panama, Operation Desert Storm, the war against Iraq, or Operation Restore Hope, the supposed humanitarian mission to feed starving Somalians. While the surveys were being passed out to the young Marines, one was able to obtain 2 copies from the pile of questionnaires. Under the heading Combat Arms Survey, the questionnaire stated that questions is to gather data concerning the attitude of combat trained personnel with regards to non-traditional missions. All of your responses are confidential. Write your answers directly in the questionnaire form. In Part 2, place an X in the space provided for your response. The series of situations posed to the servicemen is as follows. The U.S. runs a field training exercise. UN combat troops should be allowed to serve in U.S. combat units during these exercises under U.S. command and control. The United Nations runs a field training exercise. U.S. combat troops under U.S. command and control should serve in UN combat unit during these exercises. The UN runs a field training exercise. U.S. combat troops should serve under UN command and control during these exercises. U.S. combat troops should participate in UN missions under United Nations command and control. U.S. combat troops should be commanded by UN officers and non-commissioned officers at battalion and company levels while performing UN missions, and it goes on and on. I feel the President of the United States has the authority to pass his responsibilities as Commander-in-Chief to the Secretary General. I feel there is conflict, and it goes on. But to make a long story short, one of the questions, as you can see, was I would fire upon U.S. citizens who refuse to resist confiscation of firearms banned by the U.S. government. The results of the survey were not available right there, but the ultimate result was 75% of the Marines said that they would not fire on a fellow citizen. And unfortunately, 25% said that they would fire on a fellow citizen. I wanted to get into some other case files and some specifics for the next 2 hours. And so I basically, that's basically the situation as of this first 2 hours. Thanks. I want to make it very clear in the beginning, I'm not anti-government. I don't believe in terrorism. And I want to make it especially clear that there are a lot of good people in the FBI and the CIA, Naval Intelligence, Army Intelligence, Military Intelligence, NSA. Unfortunately, there are a few key people in key positions who have made a difference, a big difference, in what's happening in America today. So, looking back, my personal experiences, I retired from the FBI March 1979. At that time, I was in charge of the FBI Los Angeles Division. I had more than 700 personnel under my command. The Attorney General of the United States, Griffin Bell, asked me after I retired if I'd coordinate security for the Pan American Games. I did. I was a consultant in the 1984 Los Angeles Olympics. I was a consultant for former Governor Jerry Brown, California Narcotic Authority. So I do have credentials. My first major and credibility, believe me. Now, if you read the internet, you may not think so, because there are some heavy-duty FBI informants out there like Stu Webb and Barbara Hartwell, who are MK Ultra mind control victims, CIA mind control victims, who are making all kinds of disparaging remarks about me, but I don't want to deal with those people, because if you read their material, you'll see that it's designed to discredit people like me, former State Senator John DeCamp, and other leaders who are trying our best to expose what's happening in America today, and actually around the world. Let's go back to 1776, May the 1st. Adam Weishaupt was commissioned by the Rothschild family to set up the goals to control and take over the world with a one world government. Adam Weishaupt came up with 25 goals. Among these goals were control the press, corrupt the youth through sex and drugs, elect our own people meaning the Illuminati, to key positions in all levels of the government, city, county, state, and federal. And it goes on. The final goal was to take over the world, the one world government. Information is very well documented by William Guy Carr in his magazine, his book, Pawns in the Game. When I retired, I had no idea what was going on. I had no idea about the Illuminati. I had no idea about Adam Weishaupt. However, my first major investigation when I returned from Puerto Rico was a Dr. Jeffrey R. McDonald case. He's a former Green Beret doctor who was convicted of murdering his wife and 2 children at Fort Bragg, February 17, 1970. He'd been tried and convicted and sentenced to 3 consecutive life sentences. I was asked by the defense team to investigate the case because they claimed that Dr. McDonald was innocent. I said I would, but if I learned that he murdered his wife and 2 children, I would discontinue my investigation, no longer become involved. I want you to know I'm still working for Dr. McDonald. He is an innocent man. Now, once I became involved in the case, I had to read everything, and I learned that evidence was lost, evidence was stolen, evidence was altered. An FBI agent, Paul Stombaugh, lied before the grand jury. And most important of all, Colette, the wife, had skin where she had fought off the assailants under her fingernails. That skin was handed over to William F. Ivory, the chief investigator for the Army, and it has disappeared. 10 months into the case, October 25, 1980, through a series of circumstances, I don't have time to go into the details now, obtained a signed confession from one Helena Stokely. I had 3 sessions with her, 10 days each, total of 30 days. Helena told me that Dr. McDonald did not commit those crimes, that they were committed by her satanic cult group. And I said to myself, what's this all about? I don't know anything about Satanism. I read about it in the Bible, of course, and that's about it. But as I delved into the case, I learned that drugs from Southeast Asia were being flown into the United States to various military bases in plastic bags in the bodies of the dead GIs. I further learned from Helena that her satanic cult group was involved in distributing these drugs up and down the East Coast. They were mad at Dr. McDonald because he was abusive to the cult members and the GIs who went to the civilian hospital where he was moonlighting for relief of some sort. So they went in and attacked him that night. There were a total of 7 involved in the crime. She named them all for me. Right now, today, I know where some of them are located. But to further check and document this, I went to the UCLA library, and I found out, in fact, In the Time magazine, January 1, 1973, there was an article about bringing drugs in plastic bags in the body cavities of dead GIs. There was no question in my mind Helena was telling the truth. I gave her a polygraph test and she passed. I had her examined by a psychiatrist and she passed. And as a matter of fact, the government themselves had given her a polygraph examination early in their investigation before I entered the case. And Byzantine, the Army polygraph operator, said that she thought that she was telling the truth. She thought she was there that night. Now, the most recent series of events in the McDonald case. Now, I'm telling you a little bit about the McDonald case because that's what woke me up as to what was going on. It was after that I started researching and went back and found out about the Illuminati. Illuminati/Satanism. It was after that I learned considerable more about what was going on. And the most recent information, Dr. McDonald, who's been in the penitentiary for some 25 or 26 years now, appeared before a parole board just 2 days ago, his first that he's ever appeared before a parole board. And the reason he had never appeared before is because, in his opinion, had he appeared before, it would be an admission of guilt. In this particular instance, he still claimed he was innocent, but he did appear before the board because he's a newlywed individual with a woman named Kathy. And of course, if you read the papers in the last 2 days, his parole was turned down, and the parole board made him eligible for another hearing in 15 years. This poor man not only lost his wife and 2 children, he has served 25 years in the penitentiary and another 15 years to go. He's 61 years old. I am still working the case. What are the latest developments on the case? In 1997, the judge, federal judge, agreed to do DNA tests. And they chose 15 individual pieces of evidence to be examined. However, the judge said that when you open the evidence envelopes, only the prosecutor can be present. Well, they opened the evidence envelopes. The prosecutor did. How many do you think were empty? 5. 5 evidence envelopes were empty. The skin under Colette's fingernails would have established Dr. McDonald's innocence alone. Now we have DNA authorized in 1997. Here we are in 2005. They still have not completed the DNA test. From the McDonald case, the next case I worked of a major consequence was the McMartin preschool case in Manhattan Beach, California. The children there claimed there were tunnels under the school. They were taken into the tunnels and through the tunnels up into the trap door of a bathroom in a triplex next door, placed in automobiles, and prostituted in the community. These are 2-, 3-, and 4-year-old children before they entered kindergarten. In addition, the children claimed that they were flown into the mountains where they were involved with adults in robes, black robes, chanting, candles. They talked about the brown babies who were cut up, actually sacrificed. And in checking into this and researching this, of course, this was obviously a satanic ceremony. The McMartin family, who owned the preschool, they were tried of Ray Bucky and his grandmother. The grandmother was acquitted, hung jury on Ray Bucky. The second trial, another hung jury. I had an opportunity in 1990 to gain control of the school. Now, the school had been given to Danny Davis, the defense attorney, and he had sold it, even though he made $15 million on the case, by the way. He had sold it to a contractor who was going to tear it down. When I learned this, I contacted the contractor. I said, I want to be given an opportunity to go on that school and look for the tunnels. The authorities had looked for them in 1987. They said they could find no tunnels. Along with some of the parents, we hired Dr. Gary Stickle, UCLA archaeologist. He hired his crew and brought them in, and in 34 days, Dr. Stickle said there had been tunnels under that school. They were covered up, and they were covered in. An informant of mine told me that there was an abandoned satanic site in Crestline, California, up in the mountains. I went up into the mountains and obtained photographs, of the site. I have a lecture that I give where these pictures are available. It's called Gunderson Chronicles number 2. It's a 4-hour lecture that I gave in Kansas City a number of years ago, which shows this abandoned site and also pictures from the McMartin Tunnel school dig. From there, I became involved in another case, very frightening case, because I established, with the help of people like John DeCamp, former state senator in Nebraska, that we have in this country today a covert military criminal enterprise, government enterprise, primarily by U.S. military intelligence, that is operating full throttle, and everybody refuses to investigate it. In the Nebraska case, it's called the Franklin Cover-Up. This is the book here that John DeCamp wrote, by the way. It's all documented in there. And in that particular instance, they were taking children out of foster homes, orphanages, Boys Town, driving them from Omaha, Nebraska to Sioux City, Iowa, 184 miles away, placing them in private jets and flying them to Washington, D.C. for sex orgies with prominent people, including congressmen, senators, and certain people in the White House. It's well documented. I have personally talked to Paul Benassi. I had a 5-hour interview with him. It's a tape that's available. I don't have it with me here, but you can order it. I have a 5-hour interview with Paul that he gave me in 1993. Paul told me how he was used. He was part of the kidnapping crew and was used as a decoy when he was 10, 11, 12 years old in parks, shopping malls, to attract the children over near where the adults were in a car waiting for them. They throw them in the back seat, chloroform them, and make off with them. Paul also told me that these children, many of them become sex slaves. Many of them are used as toys. The boys, they call the boys toys. I don't know what they call the girls. But these degenerate, sick people, the men are more interested in the little boys than they are the girls for some reason. But it's all well documented. Paul drew the inside living quarters of the White House. Now, this information broke in about 1987. That's about right after I entered, just before I entered the case. I replaced a fellow named Gary Caradori, who was the investigator for a Nebraska Senate committee. Gary met the official photographer of the group, who had split from the group, defected, and agreed to take the pictures that this official photographer gave him, and they met in Chicago, agreed to take the pictures back to the committee. He flew out of Chicago in his private plane, a short distance out of Chicago. The plane exploded midair, and his briefcase has never been found. He and his 11-year-old boy died. His briefcase has never been found. The rear seat of the airplane has never been found. I made every attempt possible to obtain possession of or control of that plane, because I wanted to examine it for bomb chemicals,
particularly the back seat. It's no longer available. Nobody knows what happened to it. Gary Caradori was a civilian, yet it was taken to a military base for examination. A deputy sheriff was the first one on the scene. He saw the pictures. He started picking up the pictures. An FBI agent came along, took the pictures away from him, told him to keep his mouth shut. He started talking to a few people. A year later, his wife was murdered. He's no longer talking. This international child kidnapping ring, I later learned, was out of Washington, D.C. It was very active, and the organization is known as the Finders. And I have a report on the Finders back there. Everything I'm telling you is documented, by the way. The Finders has been established and operating throughout the 1960s up to the present time. It was exposed in 1987. They moved their operation to Wichita, Kansas, and they're operating right today in Wichita, Kansas. I have taken my report to the FBI a half a dozen times, demanded an investigation, and I have yet to be interviewed. So we have the Finders, we have the Franklin cover-up, which documents what I'm telling you. We have the pawns in the game. Pawns in the game is the Illuminati. This is the Illuminati/satanic movement in this country today. And the last thing I'm going to mention in the way of a book is why Johnny can't come home. Johnny Gosch was, September the 5th, 1982, a newspaper boy on a Sunday, and he was about to deliver his newspapers in West Des Moines, Iowa. He never delivered any newspapers. He disappeared. The mother, Noreen Gosch, was dumbfounded, didn't know what happened, demanded an investigation of the FBI and by the West Des Moines Police Department. The chief of police in West Des Moines said to her, even though he's disappeared, we do not have any witnesses who saw him being grabbed and placed in a car or being taken control of. So we're not going to investigate it. The FBI used the same premise. They refused to investigate it. Now, I've been involved in kidnappings in the FBI, and I can tell you that it's automatic within 24 hours, at the end of 24 hours, that we had to go in my day, this was back in the 50s, 60s, and 70s, we had to go in and start investigating the case after they've disappeared for 24 hours. Today, as I stand here and you sit there, the children are disappearing in this country at the rate of 83 per hour. That's over 700,000 children a year. Now, I can go back to July 1982. The Reader's Digest claimed there were 100,000 children disappearing every year. There's another statistic that I find very interesting, and that is that it is estimated 2,500 children are kidnapped and murdered in this country every year. That's an unbelievable figure. Yet, the FBI refuses to investigate it. Now, after the Nebraska case, and part of the Nebraska case, most recently, we have a young man named Jeff Gannon, who has appeared in the White House using a fraudulent press pass. This has happened within the last month. Certain people in the White House were questioning him and were suspicious of him because when he would engage in a press conference with the president, President Bush, he was asking what they call soft questions. Soft questions meaning the president would have an answer for them, he'd look good. Somebody started checking into his background. They learned that he was actually an individual named Jim Guckert. This is all on the internet, by the way. And Guckert had a homosexual website. So Jeff Gannon is an alias of Jim Guckert. Now his picture appeared in the internet, and he is believed to be Johnny Gosch, who was kidnapped September the 5, 1982. The mother, Noreen Gosch, who wrote this book, Why Johnny Can't Come Home, I have a 2-hour interview with her on video, available again if you want to check my order blank. She did not sit still for this. Can you imagine if the 83 mothers of children who disappear every hour would do what Noreen Gosch has done? We wouldn't have this problem today. She went to the FBI, demanded an investigation. They refused to investigate. The police refused to investigate because the case tied into the Franklin cover-up. Some of our top politicians in the country, leading businessmen. Harold Anderson was identified by the children, past publisher of the Omaha World Herald. The head of the Nebraska Forestry Service was identified by these children. There 80 children came forward in this Nebraska case. And it goes, as I said, right up to the White House. In 1987, according to Paul Benassi, he was furnishing toys, or little boys, young boys, to the sick people, certain sick individuals, in the White House itself. I have the names of some of these people. No need to mention it here. Some of them are mentioned in the Franklin cover-up. But it does appear that Jeff Gannon is, in fact, Johnny Gosch. Noreen Gosch, the mother, has looked at the pictures. She believes it's Johnny Gosch because he has a scar on his right cheek about the size of a nickel. It's white. Gannon has a scar there also. Little Johnny Gosch had a birthmark on his left chest about 8 inches long. From looking at pictures of Jeff Gannon on the internet, it appears that he had a birthmark at one time, and there's been an attempt to erase it. I personally talked to one of the youngsters who was involved in this network. I've talked to several of them. And he assures me that Jeff Gannon is, in fact, Johnny Gosch. Well, how did Johnny Gosch get from West Des Moines, Iowa, 12 years old, all the way with the phony press pass into the White House as of a few weeks ago? Well, what happened to Johnny is that he was transported from West Des Moines, Iowa to Sioux City. He was placed on a farm for 3 weeks, sexually molested. He was taken to the mountains in Colorado, placed in a cage in a house of some sort, or a cabin, and then later he was used as a sex slave. They didn't kill him, they didn't sacrifice him, although a number of these kids are sacrificed in satanic ceremonies. Now, he escaped with another young man. They stole a car. And in 1997, Johnny knocked on his mother's door at 2:30 in the morning, Noreen Gosch, and said he wanted to talk to her. He was there with another young boy. He came in, he told Noreen, he says, "Mother, I was kidnapped. I've been placed in a covert military CIA-controlled, mind-controlled project and used as a sex slave." He said, "I can't come forward at this time because they will kill me." And then he left. Noreen says that's the last time she talked to him, 1997. Now, several years after that, a girl named Burns, who was a producer for 2020, decided to do a story on the Johnny Gosch kidnapping and the Nebraska case. And she interviewed me. In fact, I spent 5 days with her, gave her the benefit of all my research, which is available to you folks also. And then she got a lead that Johnny was hiding out on an Indian reservation in northern Minnesota. She went there and flushed him out, and he basically went into hiding, and now he shows up at the White House. He was a mind control victim. If you don't know anything about MK Ultra mind control program, it came into this country through the German scientists after World War II. They were involved with the Nazis during the war and prior to World War II in developing robots and individuals to be used on command for anything that they wished, including assassinations and other nefarious activity. The MK Ultra program, CIA mind control program, was investigated by Congress in 1987. Congress said, CIA, you got to quit doing that. You're bad boys. And they said, we will quit. Don't kid yourself. It's very active today. There are people like Barbara Hartwell out there who are mind control victims. She's another one who's been bashing me. I must be doing a pretty good job because I wouldn't have these people criticizing me on the internet like they do. And of course, it doesn't bother me in the least. But going back to the Nebraska case, the MK Ultra, a lot of this training took place at Offutt Air Force Base in Omaha, Nebraska, which was Strategic Air Command headquarters. You recall after 9/11, the president flew to, I think it was to the south, someplace in Louisiana or New Orleans, and then he flew to Offutt Air Force Base in the afternoon of September the 11th, 2001. And they had a party there that morning at 9:30 in the morning. He missed the party. He was sorry he missed the party. Warren Buffett was there, by the way. And the MK Ultra program has been very actively administered, not only at Offutt Air Force Base, at Fort Bragg, North Carolina, the place where Dr. McDonald's family was slaughtered in 1970. Now, the Nebraska case, I don't want to leave that without telling you that in the early 1990s, Yorkshire TV came to the United States with a camera crew for 7 months to do a documentary on it. They went back to England, produced the documentary, and they brought it over into the United States. It was listed in the TV guide to be aired on May the 3rd, 1994. When certain members of Congress found out about it, they threatened the cable industry with restrictive legislation. Somebody anonymously bought up the rights to the videotape or the documentary and ordered all copies destroyed. I just happen to have a bootleg copy of that documentary, and it is available. I have been selling these books and getting this report out of mine to anybody that's interested in it. And by the way, I have a 5-package deal for you at about a 15% discount, 15 to 20% discount if you buy all 5 items. So about 6 months ago, as any good investigator would do, I said, I'm going to get a copy of that TV guide. I didn't have a copy. John DeCamp had one at one time, couldn't find it. That's typical of John, by the way. Good friend, great guy. And so I said, I'm going to get my own copy. So I wrote to TV Guide people. And I received a copy of the TV Guide for May 3rd, 1994. 10 p.m. Discovery Channel. It's not listed. A nature show is listed instead on the new reprinted edition. I'm not going to be outfoxed by these people. I went to the Los Angeles Times TV log. It's listed, Conspiracy of Silence. I called a friend of mine in Philadelphia, and I said, check the TV log for the Philadelphia Inquirer. Conspiracy of Silence is listed in the Philadelphia Inquirer. the power of the press. They changed and reprinted the whole TV guide. It never has been shown publicly in the United States, and I doubt if it ever will be shown publicly. But as I said, it is available to you. Now, that's not the end of the story for me, because I am continuously probing, continuously working, continuously talking to various sources and putting it on paper and documenting and getting the word out. This is the direction that we have to go. Americans, for the most part, are oblivious to what's really going on behind the scenes. One of the things that, in addition to the McDonald case, that got me thinking was the Jack Kennedy assassination. So I checked into that, and by the way, I used to be in charge of the FBI in Dallas, and also I was in charge in Los Angeles after Dallas. So in checking into the Jack Kennedy assassination, I learned, no question about it, that it was a joint hit by the CIA and the Chicago mob. Sam Giancana, head of the La Cosa Nostra in Chicago, 3 days before he was to testify before Congress, was shot and killed, murdered. This encouraged me to do some more checking into some of these national terrorist acts that have taken place and other cover-ups in the United States. I interviewed the naval intelligence officer who on December 4th, 1941, received information that the Japanese were going to bomb Pearl Harbor. We had broken the secret code of the Japanese. He told me personally, on December the 4th, he gave it to his superiors. They passed it up the line. After Pearl Harbor, he was subpoenaed to testify before Congress. His boss called him in and said, "Don't worry about it, don't respond to the subpoena. Someday you'll know why." He never did testify before Congress. And he recently passed on, by the way. So we have not only a cover-up in these other areas, but looking at the national picture, Pearl Harbor. And look at Waco. The military was involved in destroying and shooting and killing, and also the FBI, women and children in Waco. They used tanks, military tanks, in violation of posse comitatus, which is a law that says the military cannot be used to enforce a civilian population. They got away with it. There's an interesting story. I did some research on Waco. As I've told you, I've done a lot of research. And in many instances, I've not only been there, I've done that, and I've been on the scene. I've spent most of my retirement money investigating these matters, including Oklahoma City, and I'll go into that in just a minute, 911 and so forth. But in Waco, there were 4 BATF agents who were shot and killed. Some of the Branch Davidians were tried, sentenced for these, quote, murders, and are serving prison terms today, probably for life. In researching the 4 BATF agents who were shot, I learned every one of them was shot in the head. Now, for those of you who have been in the military, that's a sniper shot. No question about it. One of them, the bullet, the trajectory of the bullet was from above, down through his lip, and into his body. Probably from a helicopter. It's interesting to note that these 4 men, BATF agents, at one time were all bodyguards for former President Bill Clinton. That was Waco. Ruby Ridge. Randy Weaver was set up by a BATF, Bureau of Alcohol, Tobacco, and Firearms, informant. He bought a shotgun that was about 1/4 of an inch too short by law They arrested him and served him with a warrant. He refused to appear before the courts, and they sent an army after him. Horiuchi, the FBI sharpshooter, shot and killed his wife while she was standing in the doorway. He used to brag about what a great shot he was. Another instance where they tried to railroad a good, loyal American who fell in a trap. And then we have the 1993, continue with the great conspiracy. I call this a great conspiracy, and that's what it is. Car bombing of the World Trade Center. I have a copy of the New York Times, October 28, 1993, and in the article, this was reporting from the trial that took place, an FBI informant named Salam, who was in among the terrorists, testified that he was commissioned by the terrorists to put the bomb together, the car bomb together, to bomb the World Trade Center in February 1993. And fortunately for him, when he met with the terrorists, he wore a body mic so he could record every word that was said. Unknown to the FBI, when he met with the FBI, he also wore a body mic. That was probably what kept him from being set up and framed and sent to prison. This is actually in this newspaper article. He went to his FBI superiors, says, I've been commissioned to put the bomb together. We're going to use a dummy bomb, aren't we? And he was told by his FBI superiors, no, we're going to use a real bomb. Now, I don't understand why Congress and Senate, investigators, and our leaders in Washington, D.C. are not jumping up and down over that situation. The FBI not only knew in advance of the car bombing, they furnished the ingredients for the bomb. Why doesn't somebody take some action in that area? Why doesn't somebody investigate this international child kidnapping ring being operated by the CIA? Why are these congressmen voting on bills like the Patriot Act, which takes away many of our constitutional rights and civil liberties in the best interests of, quote, protection for our country and protection from the terrorists? Let me tell you something, ladies and gentlemen. There are people in our government, a rogue outfit, whatever, I'm not sure, who are actually behind these terrorist acts. And the reason they're behind the terrorist acts is so they can pass bills like the Patriot Act. And the reason the congressmen and the senators vote for these stupid bills, stupid by our terms and our definition, is because many of them have been set up and framed through sex and drugs. So then we have Oklahoma City, 1995. I personally made 2 trips to Oklahoma City. I investigated Oklahoma City. Because of my report, the defense attorney for Timothy McVeigh sent 2 of his investigators to interview me. I spent 4 hours with them. Actually, I got a lot of information out of them. For example, they told me that they were allowed to tour the remains of the Murrah building in Oklahoma City in the presence of a U.S. Marshal, but they were not allowed under any circumstances to take soil samples or to pick up any evidence for examination. Stephen Jones was their attorney. I heard that they were going to tear down the building. Now, you can trace bombs through what they call the taggants, the chemicals. When I heard this, I called John DeCamp. I said, John, we've got to prevent that building from coming down. And I actually called an outfit in Chicago, the Pat Kennedy Group, who were specialists in examining evidence of this type. And John called McVeigh's attorney, Jones, and because John had a client he was representing who was involved in the case, Jones said, "I'll handle the paper, we'll have a hearing, we will prevent that building from coming down." The next thing we heard, the building was coming down. John called Jones, "What's going on?" And he had no good answer for it. That was evidence. I've been at many a crime scene. It is critical that the evidence be preserved. That was a huge cover-up. McVeigh wrote a letter to his sister. McVeigh was in Special Forces. The government says, military says, "Oh no, he flunked out." He didn't flunk out. He was recruited out of Special Forces, according to him, a letter he wrote to his sister, to be trained to be a CIA assassin and also to work for the CIA international drug operation, both against the competition and for the CIA pro-drug people. McVeigh was, in my opinion, an MKUltra mind control victim. He was visited in prison in Oklahoma and in Colorado by Dr. Jolly West. This was secret, by the way. I happened to find out because I made some phone calls to the right people. Jolly West was one of the foremost leaders, along with Sidney Gottlieb, in the CIA's MKUltra mind control operation. Why would somebody like Jolly West go interview McVeigh, not only in Oklahoma but also in Colorado during the trial? Because he was a mind control victim himself. At one time, it was reported, I think in the U.S. News and World Report, that McVeigh had a microchip in his buttocks. Our military reportedly have been using microchips to keep track of their soldiers. The bomb in the truck allegedly was a fertilizer bomb. The government first announced that it was a 1,500-pound bomb and then a 2,500-pound bomb, and I think it ended up being 4,800 pounds. That bomb that was in the truck destroyed half the building. A 4,800-pound fertilizer bomb, ammonia nitrate fertilizer bomb, dissipates and did not have the potential, the possibility of destroying that much of the building. After the Oklahoma City bomb went off, I had a call from a friend of mine, Michael Riconosciuto. For those of you who are making notes, look up in the internet, Riconosciuto. Michael Riconosciuto. I've been working with Michael since the early 1980s, 82 is when I first met him. He was a CIA agent, operative for some 2 decades. He was also an FBI informant at one time. His father owned the Hercules Manufacturing in Silicon Valley, California. Hercules Manufacturing developed what is known as the electro-hydrodynamic gaseous fuel device, which is a highly classified bomb. The bomb was actually manufactured by Dyna Nobel out of Salt Lake City. Now, Michael, in the meantime, is in jail now, right today. In fact, I talked to him yesterday because he started to talk before the Brooks Committee about a very interesting case involving the Promise software. The Promise software was in a computer operation that developed all kinds of intelligence information on you and I and every citizen in America. The Department of Justice leased it for 2 years. At the end of 2 years, they refused to pay Bill and Nancy Hamilton the $10 million they owed them. Then the Department of Justice, through Earl Bryant, past president of United Press International, took that computer and sold it around the world. Sold it to the French, to the English, Israelis, Canadians. Unknown to unknown to these foreign countries, the officials in these foreign countries, there was a trap door in the computer. Very clever, huh? A trap door secretly allowed us, the U.S. government, to retrieve all the information they developed. Michael Reconnaissance was the CIA agent who developed the trap door in the Promise software computer. And when Congress started to investigate it in the late 1980s, they called on Michael, and we want you to testify. Michael received a threatening phone call 2 weeks before he was to testify. He claimed from a fellow named Peter Vietnix, U.S. Department of Justice, if you testify, you'll be sorry. Michael testified anyway. A few weeks later, was arrested for drugs, is now serving a 30-year prison sentence because he dared to expose these nefarious activities by this rogue criminal enterprise operating within the confines of the U.S. government. I got off a little I gave you a little background on Michael. Going back to Oklahoma City now, I want you to understand who Michael is. He's not some guy walking down the street with a grocery basket looking for a recycling center, okay? He has credibility. Now, Michael called me right after the Oklahoma City bomb went off, and he said, Ted, he called from prison, by the way, that's my bomb, meaning that Hercules developed it. That was not an ammonium nitrate bomb. Now, when that bomb was tested in 1982, I happened to be with a group of intelligence agents in Palm Springs waiting for the results of that test. It was tested in Area 51. It was underestimated because the power, it was so powerful that 2 of the technicians died. They underestimated the strength of it. This, I'll call it a barometric bomb. This barometric bomb, according to Michael, was what was in the car, not a fertilizer bomb. I have an Oklahoma City report on that. So what did I do as an investigator? Well, I went to the Pickaninny Arsenal in New Jersey, and I gave him the contract number, which I obtained through a science magazine. One of my associates actually did the research on that. And I gave the Picatinny Arsenal the contract number. This is public, available to the public, by the way. And the Picatinny Arsenal came back and said there's no such contract here, even though I had the contract number. By the way, that's documented in my report. And I went to Dyna Nobel, who I knew manufactured it, and they didn't even bother to respond. It's interesting to note that a Dyna Nobel expert witness testified at the grand jury when they indicted McVeigh. In September of 1995, some 5 or 6 months after the 19th of April, 1995, Oklahoma City, in September, there was I lost my train of thought there for a minute. There was an article in Fireman's Magazine. It was written by the editor of Fireman's Magazine. The information was obtained from the Oklahoma City Fire Department. And in that article, again, that's in my report, in that article, it states that 4 unexploded devices were taken out of the building. When people were in the building after the bombing, dying, they discontinued the rescue efforts for some 5 hours while they carried out a bunch of government files, men in blue suits of some sort, sweatsuits. So what I'm telling you is Oklahoma City was perpetrated by certainly people other than McVeigh and Nichols, and now Roger Moore, if you read the paper recently, the gun dealer who claims that he was robbed of his guns in Arkansas and that money was used to finance the Oklahoma City bombing. Roger Moore has been accused by Terry Nichols of being involved in it. Roger Moore denies it. Roger Moore, at the time of the Oklahoma City bombing, was an FBI informant. I had an inside investigator in Oklahoma City tell me that there were at least 11 other individuals involved in Oklahoma City. Okay, that brings us up. We've gone through Pearl Harbor, Waco, Ruby Ridge, car bombing 93, Oklahoma City 95. That brings us up to 9/11. As I said, Michael's in prison. I'm his, quote, investigator of record, which means I'm like an attorney. I should have access to him on a regular basis. I represent this man. For a year prior to 9/11, actually a year and a half, I tried to get in and see Michael. He was in prison in northern Pennsylvania. I was in the Philadelphia area. The Bureau of Prisons would not allow me to see him. I finally was able to talk to Michael in January 2003. I flew to the East Coast, spent 3 days with him. Michael told me that he had developed information from among his contacts in advance of 9/11 that they were going involved in using missiles, airplane missiles, and they were going involved in skyjackings. They were training Arab terrorists, and also he knew the identity of the person in the United States, an Arab who lived in Paterson, New Jersey, who was the leader of terrorist activity by the Arabs in this country. Now, Michael had this information because, you're saying, how could Michael develop this information being in prison? Because I met with Osama bin Laden, along with Michael, along with the State Department representative in the spring of 1986. At that time, I was contacted by a former top Ronnie Reagan official who said, can we help the Afghan rebels? They were our friends then. And I called Michael, I said, what do you think? And he said, let's meet. So there was a fourth fellow there. We didn't know at the time it was Osama bin Laden. Has actually used the name Tim Osman, traveling under Turkish passport. But because of Michael, I passed the ball to him. I just arranged for the meeting and went on. But Michael traveled all over the world putting this package together to furnish the Afghan rebels with the surface-to-air missiles that defeated the Soviets, really, shot down their helicopters. As a result of this, Michael developed sources inside the Arab world. And that's how Michael knew in advance about 9/11. Michael told the FBI on March the 20th, 2001, about this plan to use skyjack airplanes and use them as missiles. He also furnished to the FBI one of his sources, one of his confidential sources inside the Arab group. The FBI interviewed him, threatened him with prosecution, and deported him. That man, along with his family, have disappeared. We think that they're dead. The FBI refused, absolutely refused to look into this situation. More shocking is that Michael had the names of the people who were obtaining the false names of the people, the Arabs who were obtaining false passports. Had their names. He had the source who could furnish him that information. He told FBI agent Keith Kutry, March 20th, 2001, he told Kutry, he says, I'll give you these names, the name of this person who was coordinating the whole project for the Arabs, providing I be given immunity and he be given immunity. Mr. Kutry, in spite of the fact he was armed with this information 6 months prior to 9/11, came back 2 days after 9/11 on the 13th and saw Michael in prison again. He accused Michael of being anti-government, anti-FBI, being a publicity seeker, and so forth, being disloyal. And so Michael, of course, didn't have much to say after that. Michael's still in prison, as I said. But we had this information, the FBI had this information, did nothing with it. Kutry admitted on September the 13th, admitted that the FBI did nothing with it. So after I visited Michael, excuse me, 2003, I felt it was important that I confirm that the FBI did meet with him. The Bureau of Prisons would not furnish Michael with the visitors list to confirm it. And so I started writing letters to the FBI through Senator George Allen. Oh, thank you. Thank you. And to confirm that he did in fact meet with them, I wanted to document it. I also asked for the identity of the other agent who was with Agent Kutry. And I had a terrible time. It took me a year and a half writing letters to the FBI to get them to admit that they'd interviewed Michael on March the 20th, 2001. I finally did have that information. That information is available again in one of my reports, my terrorism report that I have in the back. So that basically brings me up to the present time. I think my time is up. But I feel compelled, as a former FBI agent, I had all this training, and I feel compelled to do everything I can to educate as many fellow Americans as I can as to what's going on behind the scenes. We have been operated and orchestrated primarily by U.S. military intelligence, covert criminal enterprise involving the FBI and the CIA, active in this country today. It's being covered up right from the beginning. They're using FBI informants to set up and frame people. By the way, they tried to frame me on a drug deal back in 1984. It didn't work. The girl that they used to try to frame me contacted me, said, I need to meet with you. We met. She told me the whole story. I took a signed statement from her. Her name is Pam Fawcett. And I said to Pam, Pam, you're working for these people, the DEA and the FBI in Modesto, by the way. She was making phone calls to me. I said, you're working with these people trying to set me up. Why have you, and of course, in the phone calls, she kept saying, trying to get me to make admissions that had knowledge of a felony, and I wouldn't. I said, I don't have any knowledge of that, or was involved in a felony, actually. I said, Pam, look, you were working with these people for 6 months. They gave you $2,000. You had the run of the FBI office. You had your own coffee cup. Why did you come to me and tell me this now? And I'd helped her, give her a little advice about her 14-year-old son in the interim, you know, talking back and forth as any individual would do who might be able to help. And she said, Ted, I woke up the other morning and I realized you're the only honest son of a bitch I've talked to in 6 months. Those were her exact words. The FBI not only tried to set me up on a drug deal, I've also been the victim of 4 separate investigations. They tried to set me up on a fraud case in Dallas. And most recently, very frankly, I've been under surveillance, heavy surveillance. I've had illegal entries into my car, into my apartment. There's been attempts to gas me within the last month. And I was able to anticipate it and avoid it. But they don't want people like me out telling the truth. And that's what I'm doing. And I will not stop. I will continue to do so in the future. So that's basically it. I brought you from 1776 to the present time. We went through one conspiracy after another. Brian Gimble was interviewing Jim Nichols, Terry Nichols' brother, on national TV after the Oklahoma City bombing, by the way. And I had given Jim Nichols my Oklahoma City bombing report. And Jim said to Brian Gumble, he says, have you read Ted Gunderson's Oklahoma City report? And Gumble says, oh, Ted Gunderson's a conspiracy theorist. I want you to know I'm not a conspiracy theorist. I'm a conspiracy realist. It is there. All you have to do is get your own website, get your own internet, go out. There's a lot of disinformation out there, but you can pick out what's really solid and what's really truthful. And I have 25 years of research on that back table back there. And if you buy any of my reports or this videotape or any of my material, I want you to make a promise that you will make copies and distribute it far and wide. We need to wake up America. Right now, let me emphasize again, I'm not anti-American. I don't believe in violence. I believe in change through legal means. But we need to wake up an apathetic, sleeping society that is active in America today. And this not only ties into MK Ultra, CIA, it ties into Satanism. There are approximately 4 million practicing Satanists in America today involved in the Nebraska case. And I can go on about satanic cults for another hour, but I think my time is almost up. I might mention that, speaking of Satanism, there are between 50 and 60,000 human sacrifices, according to 3 different sources, in this country every year. The satanic cults operate secretly. The satanic cults are, along with our covert criminal enterprise within the government, a serious threat to our society. And I thank you very much.
It doesn't matter. He tapes over my voice with what he wants anyhow.
That's true.
I think, didn't I? I identified myself on the first film.
Thibodeau over me here.
It's the reverse speech part of it that really is. Okay, guys.
Ready to go? And good day. I'm Ted Gunderson. I have a radio talk show out of the Amerinet Network, Tampa, Florida, 8 to 10 a.m. Pacific time, Monday through Friday. And last summer, the summer of 1997, I invited Chip Tatum to come on my show for a 2-hour interview. Well, ladies and gentlemen, that interview ended up 26 hours. And I had him back recently for another interview, another 20-some hour plus interview. This man is full of all kinds of information. And before I leave you and introduce you to Chip, let me just mention that my radio show can be heard on Galaxy One Transponder 17, 5.58 frequency wideband audio satellite. So today I have with me Chip Tatum. This man is unbelievable. 25 years, CIA Black Ops operator. Chip, welcome to a video which you and I are going to distribute. Tell the world about what went on behind the scenes in your Black Op operation.
Thanks, Ted. Great to be here. Great to be here. With
Great
you.
to be here.
Great to be here.
Chip never could speak English too well. No, this guy's very intelligent and a good man, great American. I'm very proud to be a part of his, at least spreading the information out to help Chip any way that I can. And we have some books we're going to talk about later on, the Decoded Chronicles, and Nixon's Darkest Secret, I think is, yes, Nixon's Darkest Secret, which we will discuss. But before we go into the books, Chip, how did you become involved in working for the CIA? And I guess we have to go back to your Army training and Special Forces and so forth, right?
Sure. I flunked a chemistry exam in the early 70s and ended up being drafted, receiving my draft notice. In lieu of going into the Army or another service, I didn't really want to go to Vietnam. So I joined the Air Force. I was promised that I could be an air traffic controller under their Project Guarantee. They did make me an air traffic controller, but they made me a little bit different type of air traffic controller. They sent me to Army Jump School and Special Forces training, and I became a combat controller. During my first tour in Vietnam, I was on a classified mission. Having completed the mission, we were captured. I spent time in captivity, and when I came out of captivity, we were debriefed by the CIA station chief out of Saigon, Bill Colby. From that time, in 1971 until 1992, I was one of the boys.
Okay, now Chip, you joined the Air Force so you could be a traffic controller, right? Air traffic controller. And you were told that you wouldn't have to worry about being in the front lines, right?
That's right. Even if I did go to Vietnam, I would be in an air-conditioned control tower hundreds of miles from the enemy.
So what other jokes do you have for us today, huh?
I'd still like to find that tech sergeant recruiter.
He probably went underground. If he knew as much about you as I do, he probably is disappeared maybe even, huh? Okay, Chip, so you're over, you had like over 100 jumps behind the enemy lines?
Right.
And this was before you became involved in CIA operations or before?
During.
During. So after your capture, you were grabbed by the CIA and they liked, you know, what you'd done, of course. Now, what why were you captured and what led up to that? Was this Operation Red Rock?
This was Operation Red Rock.
Okay, then let's go back before that.
Okay.
And tell us about Operation Red Rock. When did you first have an inkling that you'd be involved in this operation?
Well,
Excuse me, just a minute. Operation Red Rock is a code word, right?
that's a code name for the particular mission that we were on.
And they always have code names, right?
Or numbers. Sometimes they have numbers.
Right. Okay. So when did you first have an inkling that you were going to be involved in this operation?
I had just jumped in, parachuted into NKP Thailand, the base that I was TDY to, and when I landed on the pad, at the medevac pad at the hospital, a chopper was inbound, and when the chopper landed, a Special Forces captain and some other people got off. One of the patients, one of his men was on a stretcher. The captain went in, and the colonel who ran the base was there to meet me. It was an award ceremony. When they were going in, he said something to the colonel, and they all turned around and looked at me, and I knew I was in trouble then.
And what happened after that?
The following morning at 3 a.m., I was called into the colonel's office. And let me tell you, folks, I was a little airman, you know, just made buck sergeant, and I rarely had contact with a colonel in my life. One time, and that's for disciplinary purposes in Oklahoma City.
And how old were you then?
19 years old.
Just a kid?
Just a kid. So when they told me I was to report to the colonel, I knew I was dead. I'd done something
not
wrong.
yet.
I'd done something wrong, and I was gonna fixing to get it.
But Chip, had you had Special Forces training at that point?
Yeah, I had spent almost a year in Special Forces training across the United States, Sea Survival School, POW, jungle training, the works.
And what did the colonel say to you when you walked into his office?
He told me that I was there to join a mission, a team, a joint task force that's been put together for a classified mission, and he gave me the opportunity to talk and let him know how I felt about it, and He said, how do you feel about this, Sergeant Tatum? I said, well, you know, sir, I'm new in country. I really don't, other than schooling, don't have the experience of someone you need for this. I think you ought to get someone else. He said, I didn't ask you what you think. I just gave you the opportunity to accept it before I told you you're going anyhow.
Okay, so you volunteered, in other words.
He volunteered me.
Yeah, right, okay. And what happened next? Did you go into training with these people then? With the other crew members?
Went and packed up my gear, was on the chopper out of there within an hour.
And where did you fly to, and when did you arrive there?
We flew about 20 kilometers outside of NKP to outside of a small village where we'd set up a training camp for Team Red Rock. The person that I was replacing was their commo man. He had, on a jump, had broken his leg. And I was jump qualified. I was Special Forces qualified, so I was his replacement.
And this was in Vietnam at the time?
Or it was Thailand.
In Thailand, okay. Right. And tell us about your training.
It was a short 2-week training, really familiarity with one another, because we actually didn't get the mission parameters in until 3 days prior to the operation. We were primarily set in place and worked in the community, seeking out Viet Cong along the border of Laos, so that we could get some tactical training. We also were working and trying to develop tandem jump techniques, because part of the mission, and we didn't understand why we had to learn tandem jumping. That's parachuting with 2 people until the actual mission brief. But we were trying to work out tandem jump techniques, and we did it.
And how many people were in training with you at that point?
All 13, just the 13 team members. Then we brought in, for each team member, there was a North Vietnamese sapper that was brought in to train with us. They were our prisoners, prisoner of wars that we had captured in battle.
And these were the ones that were going to jump with you?
These were the ones that we weren't sure why we were jumping with them and working with them. All we knew is that these were the men that we were going to be doing something with at that point.
Did you know any of these other crew members before this?
No, like I say, I was the only member of the Air Force, and I'd just been in the Air Force for a year, so no one.
And did they know each other?
No. And normally that's done for compartmentalization, especially when you're talking about a highly classified mission. The worst thing you can have is a group of good old boys, and there's a reason for that, you know. In special operations, you can't have the influence of a friendship. It can clutter your mind and keep you from doing the mechanical operation that you were trained to do.
Because conceivably you could be asked to kill one of your fellow associates or fellow soldiers too, right?
They may
under
come
certain
to you,
circumstances.
They may come to you and tell you that he's a spy in the group and he needs to be taken out, and if you're his friend, you're going to be probably more apt not to do it than if you just didn't know him.
And did you know the last names of these individuals?
No. We all had code names. Mine, although they called me Bulldog in country, the actual code name I was given while I was there was Highway.
Why? Any particular reason for Highway?
Our captain, team commander, would always explain to us, it's my way or the highway, and he'd tell the team that. Well, I was willing to take the highway. I wanted to leave, especially after I saw the kind of things they did. Those guys were crazy.
For example?
So I took the highway. Well, at one point they were saying how high the helicopter could go and jump without a parachute without getting hurt, you know. Just for fun. I mean this was an in-country activity, and they had a contest every year where they would take and they just jump out of the helicopter as it was exiting the AO.
Well, there were a few guys broke their legs on that one, weren't there?
You bet. That's how Reddy, the guy I replaced, broke his leg.
How high would they go, by the way?
Well, I went high, and I was dizzy for about 2 hours.
How high were you when you jumped?
I think it was about 35 or 40 feet.
Oh, you had to know how to roll then, didn't you?
Oh, roll. I didn't even know I thought I was stepping out of the aircraft onto the ground, but he'd taken off already. I thought he was just hovering, you know.
So much for surprises, huh?
Sure.
Okay, so you saw these crazy guys training, and you said, hey, you know, I wish I'd taken that assignment back 100 miles behind the enemy lines in the at the airport as air traffic controller. It didn't work out too well. So what happened after that, Chip?
We were called back into Task Force Alpha. That was the intelligence entity That's where all of the intelligence was gathered for the South Vietnam area of operations, and integrated and then passed out. So anything that comes out of Task Force Alpha has to be the correct information. Everyone accepts that as being authentic and on target for our intelligence. We were called back to Task Force Alpha. We met for our actual mission briefing. When we went to sit, the colonel called the room to attention, and in walked a general and a couple civilians. We'd already been told that there are a lot of suits around, and that just means CIA in the area. A lot of activity, suit activity, so we knew something was up. The man who actually briefed us, we nicknamed Mr. Peepers because he looked like the Mr. Peepers from the screen.
Bill Colby.
His name was Bill Colby. And
he was station chief there for the CIA in Southeast Asia.
And actually, the CIA does not operate in a arena. Was not allowed to operate in that arena as the CIA. So his actual designation was Ambassador Colby, attached through the embassy in Saigon. Political officers are political officers, and that's how they get away with that. Yeah.
So this was the night before you jumped on your mission?
It ended up being 3 days before we jumped because we had some weather delays on the mission. The other man that was with him, the general from Washington, was General Haig.
Alexander Haig.
That's correct.
I know him well. As a matter of fact, I interviewed him in the White House on occasion when I was with the FBI. That's another story. I'll tell you that one someday, folks. I never have revealed that to anybody about my interview with General Haig. And then I saw him years later at a banquet, State Department banquet, and I walked up to him. By the way, I read him his rights when I went in the White House. I said, you have a right to remain silent, you have a right to an attorney. And I met him at a banquet years later at State Department, and I walked up, he gave the speech. It was, a social affair. And I introduced myself. Oh, he says, I remember you. He says, are you going to read me my rights today?
He's pretty bulletproof.
Yeah, he is. Go ahead with Alexander Haig. So Alexander Haig and Mr. Peepers are there, Bill Colby, who later became director of the CIA.
Right.
And what did they tell you?
They explained to us that the reason General Haig was there is that he was the assistant to our national security advisor, Henry Kissinger. Kissinger worked directly for the president. And the president had decided that it was in the best interest of the country and of the war to see to the end of the war as quickly as possible, and Operation Red Rock was one of those key elements to that. They needed to get the foreign nations, Laos, Thailand, Cambodia, more involved on the offensive level rather than in a defensive posture in the war, so that we could start extracting troops out and leave the arena. What we needed to do was jump into what they had planned for us to do was jump into one of our allies' countries, dressed as North Vietnamese sappers. That's why we were working with these other sappers.
A sapper is what, a prisoner of war?
No, a sapper is a Vietnamese communist soldier.
Okay. Right.
Tunnel diggers. We've all heard about the tunnels over there. Guerrillas. I mean, a true guerrilla, very, very well trained. So these sappers are who we were actually going in with to Phnom Penh Airport in Cambodia. The reason it was decided to do this was Lon Nol, the CIA-placed premier of Cambodia at the time, was still fence setting. He just wouldn't get in a heavy offensive posture against the Chinese-led armies of North Vietnam. He was sitting on the fence, so we decided if we went in as North Vietnamese sappers and totally destroyed the assets on the airport, which were primarily supplied by the United States anyhow. They were our aircraft that we'd given him. There were some French aircraft on the tarmac, but not many. If we would totally destroy those assets, it would make him realize that the North Vietnamese communists were actually coming in after his country now. And he'd get off the fence and ask us for help. Boy, it worked too.
Well, you said we decided, you meaning people in Washington, D.C. decided. Nixon himself.
This was actually Dr. Kissinger's plan.
So Dr. Kissinger came up with this idea. Nixon approved it?
He approved it with the statement after thorough thought that, and this was debriefed to me by Mr. Colby, that no one can ever know. No one can ever know what we've done to our allies. Otherwise, we wouldn't be trusted anywhere in the world.
And was that the case?
That was the case. No one could ever know what we had done. And when we were debriefed with a 25-year classification period. That we
Well, you were debriefed years later?
I was debriefed when I came out of the coma in the hospital in 1971.
Okay. Now this is what year now again? Going back to the
1971.
When you made the drop and you were debriefed. That's
January of '71, and then I was debriefed in June of '71.
Okay. Okay. So you made the drop with the sappers, right?
Made the drop. It was a night jump out of a C-130. Night drop in. Just south of town. We made our way into Phnom Penh. We rendezvoused with our transportation. Our transportation was provided by Montagnards.
Mountain men?
Mountain men from Vietnam, Special Forces trained. Very good fighters, but the thing about Montagnards is if they saw that the platoon that they were working with, and the Special Forces platoons, or the recon groups they were working with, if they saw that they were going to lose, all of a sudden those guys disappeared into the forest. They weren't going to lose with them.
Right.
And they could negotiate those jungles like it was nothing.
Now you were 13 men. Did you have 13 sappers?
No, unfortunately we lost one sapper, and Snake just didn't get along with him. Neither did Pablo, but...
Snake is code words for two of the guys in your crew.
Snake and Pablo, yeah. They didn't get along with him. So we didn't go in with a full contingency of sappers. When we did jump in, the sappers had figured out that they weren't going in. We had told them, our interpreter told them that we were actually jumping in to turn them over and trade them for American prisoners, and they were in a release program. Well, they didn't believe that. So they had their own contingency plan set up, and when we were when we jumped in, they simply, because they were hanging below us and in front of us for the jump, they simply tucked, caused us to fall and roll, and tried to take us out.
And how many sappers were there? 12 then? 12 and 13. And
when it was all said and done, there was 8.
8 sappers?
8 sappers we left there.
Few
of them tried to escape and die as we traversed trying to get to our target.
So 5 of them
in total?
No, 8. You had 4 of them then?
Yeah, 4 of them with us. 4 of them died.
4 of them died right after you jumped?
Right.
Because they tried to overtake you. Now, what did you do with the others that were there, that did survive?
Well, we had to leave some evidence of who was providing the operation. We had to leave them on the airport, so we released them on the airport and gave them a fair chance to go, and then shot them.
And in the meantime, did you commit your act of sabotage at the airport after that or before that?
We had several different entry points into the airport. We came in the north side by the munitions dump. You know, when we talk about coming in the north side, we didn't realize that there were mines in this called a dead zone. And it was completely mined between the two fences, and we weren't briefed on that. So we immediately knew something was up, and we know now that we weren't to return and we were to be left there.
Well, if you came in and you went through the minefield, you survived going in, right?
I didn't go through the minefield. I came in the front door of the airport with the team.
Okay. The ones that came in through the minefield, did they survive?
Yes. The sapper didn't.
Oh, I see. They sent a zapper out ahead of them?
The sapper, when they figured out they were in a minefield, they let him go ahead to clear the mines.
Okay. So you committed your act of sabotage.
Yes.
And what about ground forces at the airport, the other side?
Well, it was a staged arena. The ground forces had been pulled away. There was minimum security, just a skeleton crew there. We ran across the skeleton crew of palace guards that had been there, confronted them, and had to take them out.
And so was your act of sabotage quite all-inclusive, or was it just kind of a hit-and-miss situation just to let them know that so-called the North Vietnamese have been in there?
No, it was fairly inclusive. We even had air support from pilots, whether flying North Vietnamese aircraft. They dropped some rounds on the airport so that we could ensure that the devastation was good enough to warrant Lon Nole's participation with us.
And you've completed your mission. The sappers were eliminated, you left. How many survived coming out of there? There were 13.
Every one of us.
Every one of you survived.
Every one of us walked out of that encampment.
Weren't they
alive.
worried about one of you going and being identified as an Anglo at the airport, even though you're dressed in North Vietnamese uniforms?
And there was a contingency for that. We had what's called slap packs. It's a napalm-filled container that we could pour the napalm on the body and pop a magnesium grenade, whiskey peat, and burn their body right there. So
So they're not recognizable then.
Sure. Yeah.
Okay, you got out, and what happened after that? How'd you get out of there?
The Montagnards, who were tasked with the transportation, we had a rendezvous point. We met, we exited the area of operation and started heading north out of town. We knew it was 15 to 25 miles to the northeast of town was our rendezvous point where we were to be picked up. But that, it's not like the interstates we have here. These are little roads. We had a first indication that something was wrong because our platoon sergeant, Pop, saw that we were going in a little bit of the wrong direction, and we never really turned to the northeast. And then the timing was off. All of a sudden they stopped, and it wasn't long enough to have gone 15 clicks or 20 clicks outside of town.
So 15 kilometers, you went maybe, what, 5, 10?
Maybe about 10 after we left the limits of town.
Right, right.
About
so
10
you stopped, and what happened then?
Well, we were in a large vegetable truck with canvas sides. It stopped, and the Montagnards got out. But all of a sudden we heard receivers click. They were loading their weapons. So Pop and my way, our team commander, moved around to the back of the truck. They each took out a grenade on each side and tossed the grenade up back toward the front of the truck on the ground. They didn't pull the pins, they just took the grenades out. That when you're a person and you see a grenade fall, you jump, you dive, you try to get out of there, and that's what the Montagnards did. When after they'd thrown the grenades out, they immediately jumped out and took control, overcame the guards. The interrogation started, and it didn't last long. They asked the first one the question. When he wouldn't answer, they shot him. They asked the second one the question, and he answered anything we wanted to know.
And then you shot him afterwards?
No.
You didn't? Okay, so I won't go into that. Okay, now, did you find any situation there, any contingency situation in looking around? I mean,
well, as we looked
why
around,
did they stop at that particular location?
As we looked around, we went out into the field, and we found that there was a large hole that had been put in the ground, and that was going to be where they were. He told us. We didn't have to look around. He told us that their job was, they were briefed that they were to kill us, and they were to drop us in a hole, and they showed us, this one showed us where the hole was. We actually used that as a command post area to call in aircraft for support, move the pickup zone from where it was to this new pickup zone. We spent some time through the day and into the evening waiting to be picked up. It was quite comprehensive what we had to go through just to communicate out of the country and get an aircraft to come into a place that we weren't. We contacted Moonbeam, which was our airborne command post in the area of operations on HF frequencies, high frequencies, and tried to get them to come in, and the pilot said, well, you can't be there because we aren't there, in Cambodia. And that has only recently, I guess in the past, 10 years or so, come out that, yeah, we really were in there. We really were operating in Cambodia. We really were operating in Laos. And these were classified arenas.
So did you have an alternative plan in case something went wrong, that you would be picked up at a certain location there then?
The plan that we had, my way had thought early on, things just, he'd been through a lot of these missions as a team commander. He and Pop had decided, well, things really don't seem as they are here. There's something wrong. And I guess anytime they knew that anytime you were working with suits, you better cover your tail, because they're not going to look out for your best interest. You have to look out for your own best interest. So they did leave contingency plans back at the base with trusted persons to try and pick us up. One of them being a friend of mine who was a chopper pilot. Another being a command post non-commissioned officer in charge of the command post. So, contingency plans were there. However, you had to get messages to them to get those contingency plans in place, and that's what we were trying to do.
Now, did you expect the airplanes to come in and pick you up at that point?
Yeah, after we talked to them, we finally got clearance for them to come in. One aircraft even came in and circled the LZ ahead of time, making sure the area was clear for the chopper to come in. Then the chopper came in, but from what I was briefed by Mr. Colby, as the chopper was coming in, the colonel who was involved with the operation from Task Force Alpha had caught on that we had a contingency and we were being extracted out of the area. He didn't want it to happen. He was promised a star if we didn't come back.
Now, you're telling me you had your own contingency without the colonel knowing about it, and he found out about it.
You bet. He found out about it.
You are clever, aren't you?
Not me. My way and Pop, Ted.
My way and Pop.
My way and Pop. They were wonderful teachers.
They could see ahead.
And Pop has severe brain damage today from that.
You still alive?
Still alive, yes.
And so Chip, you have this one location you're supposed to be picked up. Were you smart enough not to go and wait there?
The original location or
the original?
No, we never went there.
Okay.
There's no
You
way.
went to the new one.
After that aircraft came in, when the chopper was inbound to us, we had decided that, well, here comes our aircraft, but they were contacted over radio. It was a rescue aircraft, the King aircraft coming in. They were contacted that there were actually sappers had taken over Team Red Rock. And remember, we were dressed as sappers. We didn't have any U.S. uniforms. If we had been caught in country, we'd been prosecuted as spies because that's against all international law. So here we were, dressed in sappers in a foreign country, talking to these aircraft. I was controlling them down. As a combat controller, that's my job, bringing them into the LZ because it was a very small area. Bringing them in, knowing that we're going to leave. I mean, my heart was pumping. The adrenaline was flowing. I was tired. I was hungry. But man, we're getting out of here. And all of a sudden, the door guns on the Jolly let loose. I was when I was debriefed by Bill Colby. He said the colonel had called them and said that Team Red Rock had been overcome. It's actually sappers and protect yourselves. And they saw sappers. Remember, this is the man who runs the intelligence entity for Southeast Asia telling him this. So they fired.
And how many did you lose there?
2.
And how did what? I mean, they didn't come in and clean. So you're down to 11 now.
Down to 11. They actually had called in. We lost 2 men, and but we had to return fire on the aircraft, shooting out the rear of the aircraft rather than shooting at the pilots because we didn't want to hurt our own guys. You know, we.
Did the plane go down?
No. We shot. Look, from the smoke and everything, it looked like maybe some hydraulics were shot out on it or something. We weren't sure. At any rate, they left the area, but they called in some air support to drop on that LZ.
Bombs?
Drop napalms on it. So we got out of the area quick, and as we were exiting, the sky lit up in the LZ.
But until you got out, you'd lost 2 men. Then you had to leave them behind.
Had to leave them behind, using the slap packs so that they'd never be identified.
Right. Okay. So there's 11 out.
Mm-hmm.
What did you decide to do then?
Well, we decided we would be best to try to make it across country ourselves. Trust no one. And that's the way these guys operated. You know, we had some of the best on that team. I was just a kid. I was a victim of circumstances in there, and I mean, I had never engaged the enemy before I had gotten on Team Red Rock. But I engaged the enemy almost hourly after I was with Team Red Rock. We traversed across the country going toward South Vietnam, toward the Cambodia-Vietnamese border.
You're still in Cambodia.
Still in Cambodia, trying to make it to the border. And you have to understand, Cambodia was a refuge for the North Vietnamese. They could come into South Vietnam, they could attack, and then they could pull back across that border. And we weren't allowed to come across that border into Cambodia to attack them, to take them out. So they could resupply, they could rest, recuperate, R&R, whatever, and then come back in. It was a very difficult position.
And that's why Nixon wanted to deneutralize them, right?
Sure.
So you could go after them in Cambodia.
Well,
and maybe the
and so
Cambodian
the
countries,
Cambodians
yeah, could go after them too, right?
Yeah.
Okay, so how many kilometers or how many miles did you have to go to get to the border?
Well, we didn't have maps. We had no idea. We know that, well, it was from Phnom Penh all the way to the border. That's 200 miles. It took. We were out for weeks. Trying to work our way through the jungles. We'd come across some teams, routine patrols, and we'd either evade them or we'd engage them, one of the two.
No, and how about eating? How about food?
Food was pretty easy to get. You know, as survival. We'd come across villages too, and we get food from the villages. But
You must have shocked the heck out of the villagers then, huh?
no, we were still dressed as
Oh,
sappers.
still. Oh, I see. Yeah. But I mean, you're a white man, right?
Well, we were.
Did you have
thin.
slanted eyes?
We were thin, and we did have team members who, the one called the Kid was CIA, and he was Vietnamese. So it wasn't that we didn't go into the villages ourselves. We'd stay back in the shadows of the forest area, and the Kid would go in and talk to him and get the food. And so it wasn't.
Did he survive, the Kid?
No, the Kid did not survive.
Okay, but okay, so you made your way across some maybe 200 miles, and how close were
to
you?
within 4 miles of the border.
Oh, you're kidding.
And then we saw some F-4s circling the area. Looked like they were trying to get into an area, but there was a AAA artillery site, anti-aircraft artillery, firing on the F-4s, and we still had some munitions left that we could take them out with, some C4 packs. So we decided, hey, we'll just take this out, and that was probably our greatest mistake. We didn't realize that we were in the middle of almost a battalion-size contingency of North Vietnamese.
Battalion size being how many troops?
I have no idea. I know that as we counted troops and as we passed encampments, easily over 2,000.
And here's 11 men trying to survive 4 miles from the border, and you decided to take this anti-aircraft.
Blew it to hell and back, too.
I guess you did. But that was a mistake because that brought a lot of undue and unnecessary pressure on you. And obviously they started looking around for, hey, where'd this come from, right?
Yeah, and as we'd walk across paddies, the patrols would be coming one way, and, we dressed as sappers, using and didn't have U.S. Munitions with us. All of our munitions were Chinese AKs and so forth. So we would be traversing one side of the paddy while this other team would come across, and Kid would be there and salute them, and hail them, and we'd just keep walking. But however, one time we came right up to the forest area, and we came face to face, and here's this kind of face looking directly into a North Vietnamese lieutenant, and we were in trouble.
Obviously. Did you go into combat then, or did you try to?
Went right into combat then.
Oops, let me see. Where's that AK? Whatever. Huh?
They didn't have enough bullets in those for me. My way used to tell me, I was a white knuckle firer because I'd hold that trigger down and melt that barrel. The clips just weren't big enough for me.
So you had hand to hand at that point?
I had hand-to-hand. I'd melted barrels. We actually ran out of ammunition. We had to overtake other patrols to restock ourselves. I mean, these guys were good. They were the best, Ted. They were true American heroes doing their job as best they could.
Don't you think there's someday, Chip, that we can honor these men, but there's no way of knowing their last names, is there?
Well, Pop knows a couple of them, and I think that someday he may be willing to do that. He does have severe neurological problems. He's able to talk. He knows me. He remembers what went on, but it's affected his motor movements, and he's not willing to do anything he thinks that will endanger his family.
Can't blame him for that.
Not at all. No.
And he's still alive. And where is he? What state is he in?
Oklahoma.
Oklahoma. Good old Okie, huh?
Mm-hmm.
So what happens? You were captured?
We were captured. We spent 92 days in captivity, being moved from point to point in camps. We were actually interrogated by Chinese and Soviet officers. It was never Vietnamese officers. The Vietnamese were there, Vietnamese soldiers in the encampments because it was theirs, but the actual linguists and interrogators and those who performed the torture were Chinese and Soviet.
How many do you have there now in your team?
I believe 10, maybe 9 ended up in captivity.
So you lost 2 along the way.
Mm-hmm.
And where did they incarcerate you?
They started moving us in the jungles along the border area, not knowing that we were only 4 kilometers from the border. We just know we were being moved. We were incarcerated in one small encampment, then we were moved to a larger encampment, and this had been used in the past, you could tell, because they had cages set up in a semicircular area, and they had 3 posts set up, and they took 2 of us immediately. They stripped us of our clothing, broke this foot, my right foot, so that we couldn't try to escape. you know.
They break everybody's foot?
Broke everyone's. Well, they didn't break. One of the guys was already unconscious, and they didn't break his foot. But they broke all of our feet, 1 foot anyhow. Stripped us of our clothing and put us in these cages. Two of our guys they put on the posts, and we thought that they would be tortured right away, but they weren't. They put them on those posts so that we could watch them as they suffered up there. They weren't given food. They weren't given water. The rest of us were given some water and some food on occasion.
And when you say put them on the post, they tied them to a post out there where you could see them from your cages.
Mm-hmm.
And who interrogated you? Say a Russian and a Chinese officer?
The Soviet officer seemed to be in charge of this particular camp, and the Chinese officer his cohort was actually the man who administered the torture. Once that started.
Do you want to go into the torture at all, or would you prefer not to? Yeah, I thought so. How about how many men were tortured? Were you all tortured?
We were all tortured, and when it was all said and done, there were 3 of us alive. When we were finally released, I shouldn't even say released.
You were rescued, actually.
We were rescued by a Marine Recon Patrol, and boy, I'll tell you, I love those guys.
I guess you do.
All you Marine Recons out there, aces up, buddies. That's the only reason I'm alive today.
Well, so there are 3 of us survived. So 13 came out of the Cambodian airport. You lost 2 from friendly skies, friendly fire. And then across the jungle, you lost 2 more. And now you're down to, what, 8?
Had 8, and we ended up losing the Montagnard that was with us, that we'd pulled with us. He was ready to start squealing and tell who we were, so we decided loose lips sink ships from the old briefing days, so they just took him out. We took him out ourselves.
Okay, this is before you were captured then?
No, after we were captured.
Oh, did you?
Right.
Okay.
We were bringing him back to put in front of that colonel before these guys did to that colonel what they intended to do to him.
Okay. So can I mention the colonel that you had a medal on his, a religious medal on his?
Our captain.
A captain had a religious medal on his, around his neck.
Had a St. Christopher medal. I think that's the I'm not sure, the medal of travel
Catholic,
or something like that.
And they, just if I can mention this, just one thing, one of the tortures that they did was skin him alive, right?
Skinned him alive, right.
In front of the rest of you.
Put him in a configuration like a cross as a Christian and skinned him alive in front of us, held knives and bayonets to our temples, required us to watch it. If we closed our eyes or tried to turn our heads, they'd start pushing in.
God have mercy on his soul. Tragic. Then, so you're rescued, and there was a fight there at the camp between the Marines.
The Marines didn't know we were in the encampment. They came in. They were mapping the area for Lamson 719 was the mission number. They were just simply in there mapping the area, and they were told if they came across any prisoner of war, do what you need to extract them. So they were actually found out by the guards, and a firefight ensued. Our guys won, and 3 of us were left alive after that. However, one of our guys from a Chinese officer had a stomach wound. That was pretty unfortunate. He was a good Kansas kid, you know. He had a stomach wound, and I was told when we were debriefed that he later died from that wound. We had gotten out of the cages and started running for the jungle, and I recall seeing one of the young Marines go down on a knee, level down on me, and I was running. My weight was on my right leg, and he shot a ricochet. It wasn't a full force bullet. A ricochet hit me in the leg, bent my leg backwards. I tumbled, and I'm also told that a grenade went off, and it hit me in the back of the head across here. Pretty good scar back there right now that rendered me unconscious and caused a lot of swelling on the brain. So I was air-evac'd from Saigon. I was air-evac'd into Clark Air Force Base in the Philippines.
Well, did the Marines, if he was firing at you, didn't realize you were an American?
He didn't realize we were there. They didn't know we were there.
And at what point were the Marines aware that they had some POWs on their hands?
Our team member that was shot in the stomach started yelling in English to them, and so they realized that there were some in there.
Good. Okay.
He saved our lives.
And so you came out,
Mm-hmm.
and you went over to Clark Air Force Base after that.
Right. And that when I finally came to later, within 3 days, that man from Saigon, Bill Colby, was there to debrief me. And at that point, he told me that I have two choices. I can work directly for the CIA, or I can stay with the military, which I've had such great experiences with at that point, and work under the operational control of the CIA. Well, honestly, I figured, hey, I've got this tour in Vietnam. I can stay in the States now. I never have to come back. I said, okay, I'll stay in the military, because with the CIA, I know I could go anywhere, But I had a government commitment still, so I said, I'll stay with the Air Force. You guys can control my assignments. Little did I know that I'd spend more years back in that arena, working later for a company called Air America.
In the debriefing session, if you can tell us this, were you informed of the fact that as to who put the orders out that none of you should return, none of you should come back alive?
He told me that it was Nixon gave the order that no one can survive. And Bill said that when he got that order in, Haig and Kissinger disagreed with it, but the orders came from the commander-in-chief himself. So he had to plan the contingency as such. He said, but Sergeant Tatum, I planned it so that I knew you guys could overcome this obstacle.
The two mountain men.
That's right.
But
we just didn't have a contingency for the rest of it. Nothing you can do. When you have a United States Army colonel and United States Air Force colonel both become traitors to their country.
Where are these colonels today?
I don't know.
Okay. So much for that question.
That's the safe answer.
I wouldn't put money on that one. Okay. Anyway, so be it. Let's leave that as is. You come back, you go to work for the Air Force on a contingency plan to also work with the CIA, right?
Operational control. All my orders at that point would be controlled by the Central Intelligence Agency. They would work through... Actually, the position that they used to work to gain movements, as I would receive orders and see who signed the orders, was a person who would be seated as the Deputy Director of Intelligence to the Joint Chiefs of Staff. And most of the orders that I have, you'll see, I have, they may be in there, one of them may be in there. You'll see that this person is the person who would sign those orders through the years and actually move me from one place to another. At one point, that man's name was Colin Powell.
So what was Colin Powell's rank at that time?
I think he was a 2-star general at that time. That position was a 2-star position.
So in essence, you actually went to work for the CIA, even though you were in the military.
Even though I was
status.
In the military, and pretty illegal. You can't. We couldn't draw checks from two entities, double dip, but our operational efforts were all controlled by the CIA.
And what were your assignments after that? You came back, you recovered, you gained your health back. When you were being taken care of physically and regaining your health, was Pop with you, your friend from Oklahoma?
No, he had been sent straight back to the States. His head wounds, he received head wounds also. They were so severe that he had to go straight back to the trauma and care center.
So that was the end of your relationship or association with Pop?
Until later years, yeah.
Until later years, okay. Right. You've been in touch with him since then, okay. But right now you're going to work, you're still in the Air Force, you're going to work for the CIA. What were your assignments?
One of the assignments, to give you an example, I was moved all over the place. I was sent down working, because it was such an intense mission and there was a lot of knowledge on my part, the orders were they wanted to hold me close to the White House, so I was actually...
Weren't they afraid you were going to talk?
Well, that's what they wanted to ensure, If they just gave me open movement, it's one thing, but they kept me under very tight reins. I worked at Key Biscayne at Homestead Air Force Base in the White House down there. I was in charge of the receiver site for Air Force One when they would come in. In addition,
was Nixon the president then?
Nixon was the president then.
Weren't you a little nervous over that?
As a matter of fact, myself and my NCOIC were going out to the control tower to bring in Air Force One at one point, and he had made a mention to the Secret Service as they were checking badges of personnel going in, saying, he said, what are you doing in the area? And the Master Sergeant said, oh, we're here to see the crook. We found ourselves face down by the Secret Service, and then when they got our credentials, they said, what are you guys doing talking like that? So
Little did they know, huh?
well, he was just joking, you know.
Yeah. Little did they know that Nixon
later on,
Nixon had given the order that you were not to return from an assignment
and
in
I never
Cambodia.
told him that, you know.
Right.
I'd never told my NCOIC. I kept my lips closed and zipped for all 25 years, and in 1996, that was the end of the 25-year classification period, and I started my book then.
But before we go up to 1996, Chip, you had some assignments involving drugs and drug running by the CIA, right?
Well, and yeah,
You're not reluctant to talk about that, are you?
no, in two different arenas. In in the Vietnamese conflict, there was some involvement simply because the Air America pilots, you know, sometimes would carry drugs, sometimes they'd carry wheat, sometimes they'd carry rice, sometimes they'd carry weapons, you know. It was various cargoes that they'd carry. And my job when an aircraft went down, primarily because they were carrying crypto gear, communications gear that was secret and had codes on it that couldn't be gotten by the enemy. I would have to jump in, I'd retrieve this crypto gear, and many times retrieve the precious cargoes that was on board, heroin sometimes, and see that it was extracted.
Air America being a CIA air operation.
CIA air operation, yeah.
So you had that in Vietnam, and then you came back and you went to work, you were involved in...
Actually, when Nixon went to Peking, I was involved in that.
Okay, tell us about that.
I was sent ahead of him into a place called Guam. I controlled the aircraft across, and then I was moved over closer. And
What year are we now?
That was, I think, 72,
Okay.
maybe 72.
So you went to Guam. You were to control the air traffic.
Controlled the Air Force One across, and then we were also one of the primary communication stations. I was moved to a place that we use today even as a primary commo spot, and I can't give that place away, but it's very close to China, to the Chinese border. Then we were moved there to maintain contact in case there was an emergency, so we could put fighters in.
And but that was it. I mean, basically, you were just guiding the plane. I mean, keeping the lanes open so no other aircraft would be in that air lane, right?
We'd keep aircraft 25 miles from Air Force One. We'd have two fighter aircraft in front of Air Force One, two fighters to the rear, and have rescue aircraft up in different locations along the way.
And okay, there's nothing unusual about him going to Peking, though, was there?
No, nothing at all.
Okay.
Other than he's the first president, you know,
To go to China.
right? And now, going along with him with open access was Dr. Kissinger. So.
Right. Okay, let's go back to your CIA activity in South America, Central America.
In 1978, I actually left service of the government. Bill Colby had, being my handler, had moved on in the early 70s to Washington to take a position, and ultimately became the director of the CIA. He maintained, because of the sensitivity of what I knew from that mission, he maintained direct control over me. And when he passed the baton on to the new director of the CIA, that new director called me back out of the field. I was in Yugoslavia at the time. Colby debriefed me, and Mr. Bush rebriefed me. And he was explained during the briefing and debriefing that I was loyal, I was a good man, and anything he needed, I was a trusted entity, and he could count on me. I had no problems with that.
Bush was head of the CIA at that time, and he personally debriefed you?
He personally in-briefed me as his personal...
In-briefed me, yeah, right. Mm-hmm.
As one of his personal assets.
Right.
So that was my first contact with the man who would someday become president. Bill had become a good friend, Colby, through the years, and worked with me, trained me, taught me the ropes, and he told me, he said, Chip, you know, you do have some enemies in Washington. You know that Haig and Kissinger are very powerful men. Nixon's a very powerful man. You need to be sure that maybe you need to leave government service. You don't have me up here to protect you any longer. So I did. In '78, I left. I relocated to Colorado, started my family, got married, relocated to Colorado, started a little sandwich shop, and I was in the sandwich shop one day, and in walked these two guys with sunglasses and
Suits again.
God, those suits.
Okay, you're jumping ahead now. I want to go back out to Central South America. Are you avoiding that, or
No, we haven't gotten to that.
Oh, you haven't?
That
Oh, really?
was in 1980 when I was reactivated.
Oh, in 1980 you were reactivated. Okay,
Right.
so you go to Colorado, and all of a sudden, two guys with suits walk in with sunglasses, and what do they say to you?
They say Bulldog, and I just thought, oh no. And I didn't answer. Then they said Pegasus, and that was the code name that I was given. So I knew, you know, I didn't know who they were at first, but when they used Pegasus, I knew I was toast.
Right. Pegasus was a code word used for your operation.
Right.
You personally?
That was my code name.
Okay.
So I was told that my new assignment was to go to a place called Fort Campbell, Kentucky.
But you were out of the service then?
As a reserve officer, you're never really, you know.
No, you were in the reserve?
In the reserves, right.
Okay.
I was reactivated. I was sent to a place called Fort Campbell, Kentucky. They decided after the problem in the desert, trying to get the hostages held in Iran, where our aircraft all went into one another, that they needed a task force set up for anti-terrorism. So they decided they'd put together an aviation task force at Fort Campbell, Kentucky. They took CIA assets, CIA officers, they put them under the control of the National Security Council, and they built this new unit called 160th Aviation Company that really wasn't on any of the military TO&E equipment lists. So there we were.
Another covert operation.
Another covert operation building itself in Fort Campbell, Kentucky. During the time from 1980 through 1984 that we were building that unit, testing different techniques of flight, testing different flight platforms. A lot of them I can't talk about. We would get into some heavy losses because we were doing things that never were done with these helicopters and other aircraft that we were flying. And so on one particular occasion we lost one of our unit commanders, a major, flew into some high power lines during a nighttime exercise. He was killed. His co-pilot, a warrant officer, had his legs cut off. During the post-crash investigation, a man from Washington came in and he identified himself as Jake. He was accompanied by another man who wouldn't identify himself, and so we just nicknamed him the Snake.
Jake the Snake.
Jake and the Snake. That's who was there. He was a pretty slimy guy, you know. We would later find that Jake was a person who was attached to the NSC, and his actual name was Oliver North.
And that's your first contact with Ollie North?
That was my first contact with Ollie North.
And so what happened after that?
We had, the United States government had pushed for a little rebellion down in Central America, a place called Nicaragua. They had pushed and helped organize a group of rebels called the Contras. They talked them into fighting against the Sandinistas. I don't know why. I have some ideas why, but I won't get into just my ideas because I don't know why, other than someone thinking that it's a terrible thing that a country have its own sovereignty and not do like we are, have this.
And not be ruled by the CIA.
Right. At any rate, the CIA promised that they would fund and they would back this rebellion, but a man named Boland came out with an act in Congress that after we had set this thing up and it started, the war was in full swing down there, didn't allow us to support them any longer, except in a humanitarian effort. So the next thing I knew, I guess because of my contact with the then Vice President of the United States, who actually oversaw, by National Security Decision Directive Number 2, actually oversaw all intelligence operations.
George Bush.
George Bush, having been personally handled by him, and him knowing that I was reactivated and working in this special operations unit in Fort Campbell, Kentucky, they said that we want you to go down posing as a humanitarian down there. And in the briefing with North, I said, what do you mean as a humanitarian? He said, you're going to be a medevac pilot now. You're going to fly medical aircraft into these contra camps. That's humanitarian. It's allowed, and you'll serve. In the briefing, he said you'll serve 3 entities. You'll serve the United States Army as a medevac pilot. You'll serve the United States Embassy through the military office, and you will serve. And that was CIA, that portion. And you serve the Pegasus operations, that we'll call it, because of your code name. And Pegasus operations are directly controlled by the NSC.
Now, was this North give you this briefing in Colorado when you walked into your shop, or was this later?
No, this was much later. This briefing was actually done in Fort Campbell, Kentucky. Then the next thing I knew,
North gave you the briefing there?
Right. I had.
So North walks into your shop in Colorado, says, "Hey, come on."
No, two agents walked into
Oh,
the
it wasn't
shop in
North.
Colorado.
I thought
No.
Jake was North.
No.
No, okay.
Well, Jake was, but Jake and the Snake came to the crash investigation where my commander had gotten killed.
I see. Okay.
At Fort Campbell, Kentucky.
Right. So the people that walked into Colorado, that was not
They
North.
were just a couple agents coming in to let me know I'm going back to work.
Okay. All right. And then you were briefed by Ollie.
I found that they were actually NSA.
Okay.
So
You want to explain what NSA is?
National Security Agency. They do a lot of the background checks and everything in the United States. A lot of the spooks who listen to everything that's said here is NSA.
Right. The communications mainly is their job.
Uh-huh.
Like wiretaps and keeping track of all of us via the telephones, and that's their job. So you're in Fort Campbell, you're given this assignment, you're going to be flying in and out medical supplies, right? And where are you flying these medical supplies out of?
Out of the Contra camps. When I finally went down posing as a medevac pilot, we went into the Contra camps. We'd always take coolers in. Usually the coolers going in were C4, explosives, grenades, things like that. And we would bring medical supplies out, and those medical supplies we would bring out in these coolers, big 124 quart coolers, was actually packages, bricks of cocaine.
Okay. Did you actually see this?
Actually saw it, actually tested it.
And where did you do this?
We did field tests right in our medevac offices in Pomeroy Air Base.
So before you'd put it on the plane, you tested, make sure it was real cocaine?
No, we tested them on several occasions. We didn't test every package, but some occasions they were delivered to our operations headquarters at Pomeroy to take to an aircraft at a different location to fly out of the country. And whenever that happened, I would actually do a field test on it right there. On occasion, when I could get away with it without anyone seeing me, I'd do a field test on the aircraft. That was pretty hard to do.
Chip, you're flying out of what airfield in the United States?
In Honduras, we were flying out of the Contra camps into 3 airfields. One was San Lorenzo, one was Pomeroy, and the other was in the northern part of the country called La Mesa. From there, the coolers were picked up by C-130s, C-141s, or civilian 123s. C-123s run by a company called Corporate Air Services out of Ilopango Air Base in San Salvador.
Corporate Air Services also being CIA.
CIA. And they were flown back into the States. I would find on a meeting on March 24th, 1985, that there were actually 3 different legs that stuff was moved on, and those legs were into Ohio, into Colorado, and into a little place in the center of the country in 1985 called Arkansas.
What airfield in Arkansas?
I know that there were 2 airfields in Arkansas. One was Arkansas Air Force Base, and the other one was a place called Mena.
And how about in Ohio?
In Dayton, Ohio, and then in Colorado, it was into Lamar, Colorado, and Pueblo, Colorado.
So you learned that the drugs are coming in then?
Oh yeah.
Cocaine?
Yeah.
On CIA planes?
Everything went through Panama, and then from Panama it was distributed out.
Were they CIA planes or military planes?
Military and CIA.
Both, huh?
Yeah.
Now, you tested it personally. Do you have any documents that would indicate that this is so?
Yes.
Oh, you do?
Yes.
I had no idea. Of course I did. Of course I did. That was a loaded question, Chip.
I know it was.
I knew the answer to that before I asked it. Okay, tell us about that.
When I started finding the cocaine on board the aircraft, I decided, hey, this could go one of 2 ways. They could set us up pretty darn quick here if they ever wanted to get rid of us because of our knowledge, and especially because of my knowledge, because Bill had told me, you know, Chip, watch your butt, buddy. You know, you have some real enemies here in Washington. So what I did is I took we would be required to file flight plans when we'd leave Pomerola Air Base, where we're based out of in Honduras. We'd file flight plans, and when we'd come back, I'd go to base operations and write on the back of that flight plan what we found, where we took it, who was on board the aircraft, and what went on during the flight. Basically, I'd debrief right on the back of flight plans. When a trusted Honduran official, who happened to be the brother of the Honduran Army Chief of Staff, saw what I was doing, he said, "We're going to keep these, you know, in a safe place. This is our insurance, Chip." I said, "Oh, okay."
And those notes are available in, right? Tatum Chronicles.
In the Tatum Chronicles.
I'm sorry, those notes are available in the Tatum Chronicles.
I went back to Honduras in 1985 and picked up those certified copies that are in those. In the Tatum Chronicles, it talks about all the people that you've heard of today involved in Honduras, involved in the Contra cocaine issues. Not only that, it also talks about persons before it even happened, because these are certified copies that were sealed in 1985 by Honduran officials. It talks about people who needed to be neutralized and assassinated, and who later were killed.
And Chip, what'd you do with these documents, besides hiding them around the world?
I also published them in the Tatum Chronicles when I was charged with treason. I was told to give these documents up, or I'd be charged with treason and be put to death or spend life imprisonment. So I called the Secret Service officers that came in and told me that were tasked to tell me this by the president, and I called them in and I said, "Okay, boys, I've got the documents for you, come get them." In the meantime, we published this, sent it to the White House Library, sent it to the White House, to James Dorskin is his name, the personal assistant to the President, Clinton, sent it to Mr. Bush, sent it to others involved, and to Capitol Hill, and then I gave these guys the copy, the Secret Service agents, and they said, "You just signed your death warrant." I said, "Kill me, boys. Let's go."
And I might also mention that you had some other papers and other documents you held back, right?
You know, over 25 years, I was able to compile quite an insurance policy. These documents are nothing compared to those documents. I feel comfortable in coming forward with these, and the only reason I'm coming forward with these, I had no intention of ever doing anything with these, but when they went after my wife, they went after an American citizen. And that's unacceptable in my mind. Going after other foreign intelligence officers, foreign politicians and all, you know, that's just part of the spook business. That's what we did in counter-espionage, but you don't do that against our own citizens. When you try to neutralize an American citizen, you've gone against everything I believe is right, and I'll do everything I can to expose the men involved.
Now, you have other documents around the world, right? You have videos and printed matter.
Videos, audios that have been placed on the videos, many video clips of different meetings I've attended, different orders being given, documents that have been put on the video. You know, technology is great, Ted. You know, I'd go into some of these high-level meetings, and because I was the chief of security for these groups, I would ensure that nothing's being bugged, the place was clean, so we'd sweep the place, and I'd keep my bugs going the whole time.
So you're the only one that had bugs
I'm the
going?
only one that had the bugs going.
Smart man, Chip Tatum. Okay, that's why you're alive today, obviously.
That's why I'm probably one of the safest men alive right now, I think.
I would think so, because if anything happens to you, then these come forward, right?
That's right.
And Chip, I want to come back to this in just a minute, but I want to go back to Central South America, CIA drug running, et cetera, et cetera. Did you have any personal conversations with Ollie North after Fort Campbell?
Sure. On one particular occasion, well, on many occasions, Ollie was down there. I also called him through White House Switch and told him that I found drugs on board the aircraft. I said, you know, Colonel North, what is this? You know, we have drugs on board these aircraft. What are they doing on the aircraft? He said they were, evidence bound for world courts to prosecute the Sandinistas.
How many tons of evidence did you have?
8.
8 tons? Couldn't they just take a sample?
Well, it got worse than that. I would go into these Contra camps, and here would be these large fuel pods that had the tops cut off, and they had They were gelling their own stuff there. You know, they couldn't get enough bazuco, which was the paste used to make cocaine. They couldn't get enough of it from the Medellin cartel that they had ties with coming up from Peru, so they started bringing bales of their own leaves and bales of little green pods. You know, I couldn't figure out what these little green pods were.
Who's they?
The man who was in charge of bringing everything up was a man named Ramon Navarro. He was dressed as a lieutenant colonel in some military. I didn't figure out what uniform he was wearing. Could have been a cabbie uniform, I don't know. But Ramon Navarro, and he would later be killed in 1991, just before he was scheduled to testify in the Noriega case.
And what about Ollie North? Besides your telephone conversation
Ollie
with
North
him?
was in country on several occasions, and on April 12th, even the Vice President Bush was in country. That
April
was
12th, what year?
1985.
And were North and Bush together?
Not together in the same encampment at that time, no. North was there, but...
So in talking to Ollie North personally, other than the telephone conversation, what was said in regard to drugs being brought in by the CIA and on the Army?
In one cocaine kitchen, as he was talking to Amir Amnir and another intelligence officer, he told them that one more year of this and we can all retire.
Now, you heard that conversation?
I taped that conversation.
Oh, very good. You taped that conversation.
Yes, I did.
And what other conversations could you tell us about as far as Ollie North is concerned?
Well, not only conversations. You know, Ollie was, he loved to be the center of attention, so one particular occasion we had him standing at a cocaine press trying to pressing the bricks. In this Sandinista camp? I don't think so. It was, they called these the North camps because North set them up.
And how many such bases were set up?
There were about 5 of the kitchens that were set up.
Did Ollie North set them up?
5 locations. Ollie North is the one who supplied all logistical support for that, yes.
And when was the last time you had a conversation with Ollie North?
Last time I talked to Ollie North was in September of 1994. He and Felix Rodriguez called me in my office in Colorado. I'd gone back to Colorado, gotten out of the business, gone back to Colorado. 25 years was enough. And he called me and told me to give up the documents or else.
The documents that you had in hiding?
Those flight plans and so forth.
Yeah, but had you already printed?
No.
You hadn't given them printer yet. Okay.
No. I wasn't going to say anything. I was sitting in Colorado as just a little businessman, running a mortgage company, not bothering anyone, just wanting to raise my family.
What did you tell him?
I told him, "Are you crazy? If I give you these, for one thing, they're headed for the shredder, and for another thing, I know it's a terminal effort. There's no way. Let's go for or else. I'm always a fighter."
What did he say to that?
Well, he said, "Well, let me get someone else." And they called me back, and Bill Colby was on the phone. And I said, "Bill," I said, "you know, to give these documents up, to give all this stuff up is terminal." I said, "You know, I'm going to keep them." And he said, "Well, you know, then we're going to have to hit your credibility." I said, "Okay. Hit my credibility. What do you want me to do?" He said, "Well, walk into the U.S. Attorney's office and just tell him you did something wrong." So I did.
What'd you tell him?
Walked into the U.S. Attorney's office. I wired myself some money out of an account down across the state line, and then into my corporation. Then I took it out, and put it into my personal account. And because in the mortgage business that can be considered
embezzlement.
I told him that I participated in wire fraud. Arrest me, please. And so they did. But then they found out, once they put the attorney on it, they found out, well, you know, it's really not, the mortgage industry really isn't regulated in Colorado. I said, "Listen, I'm going to admit to this," because they said that they wanted to involve my wife in it. I said, "But you guys have to promise you leave her out of this." They said, "Okay." I said, "Let's go forward with the pleading." So I stood in front of a federal judge, and I said, and he asked me if I did this, and I said yes. But before I said yes, I leaned over and I asked the U.S. Attorney, "My wife's going to stay clear?" And she said yes. And so I said, "Okay, I'll sign the plea agreement, Your Honor." And he said, and it's part of testimony, he really didn't want to go forward with it. He said, "You know, this really doesn't." And I said, "Your Honor, believe me, I wired those funds, I took those funds, I spent them."
How much money involved?
$70,000 of my money.
Of your own money, huh?
Of my own money.
Okay, but they didn't leave your wife alone.
They didn't. They came after her, and so when I went before the judge for sentencing, I told him at that time, you know, I didn't want to go forward with it. I'd like to withdraw the plea. But it was too late at that point. He said, the thing to do is, after this is all done, you can go ahead and ask that the plea be withdrawn at the appeals court. And that's where we're at now.
And you're getting ready in a couple of days to go in. You've appealed it. The appellate level, you're going to have a decision in about 2 more days, right?
On the 24th of February.
Are you looking at prison time?
No, I don't think so. I've already spent 2 years of that time in prison, and I don't think that they want me back in prison. I really don't think they want me back in prison.
They want you to be quiet.
I was due to do 47 months, and the last thing they wanted was me in prison, simply because there were death threats against me in prison, and 2 NSA officers came in to see me when I was in prison at Jessup and told me that the warden advised them that there were people that wanted to kill me from the Mexican Mafia and the Crips and the Bloods, that I had crossed them the wrong way, I'd hurt some of their men. Actually, I didn't. I wasn't offensive toward them. They have their little scams that go on, and I wouldn't participate. So their enforcers, one of their enforcers, I broke his leg, and they didn't like that. So they had a hit out on me, a contract in prison to take me out. And the NSA came in and said, you can't allow this to happen. If you're killed, those tapes will come forward. And I said, that's right. And they said, well, you got to give us the tapes. I said, kids, are you crazy? And it's unbelievable. They send such young kids in. At least they could send somebody mature, you know, that I would have a little respect for. But they send them young and dumb. That's the way they do it.
Well, there's 2 factions in the CIA, I understand now. The Graybeards and what do they call the other faction? The snot-nosed Bush kids?
Yeah, that's it. Snot-nosed Clinton.
Snot-nosed Clinton now, huh?
Snot-nosed Clinton.
Okay, Chip. So didn't they charge you with treason at one point?
Well, yeah. When I was held in prison before the trial that I went through, they told me that if I didn't give the documents up, I'd be charged with treason. And I said, okay, let's dance. And that's when I actually published this, gave them their copies, and went forward and right in the Decoded Chronicles. I mean, the Tampa Tribune caught on to it pretty quick, and did a big article. County inmate faces mysterious charge of treason. Well, you know, they knew they weren't going to be able to go forward with that particular charge, so they had to find something else. So what they ended up charging us
They couldn't go forward with the embezzle charge, what you're saying.
No, they couldn't go forward with that. They couldn't go forward with the treason charge. So what they did is they brought in a man, a lieutenant colonel, who...
Not Ollie North.
No, Ollie North's campaign manager.
Oh, really?
Bill Lusinger. They gave him complete immunity. Actually, not complete immunity. He came in, he said, Tatum conspired with me to make a false statement. I embezzled some funds, but Tatum told me I could have them.
Got you for conspiracy again.
Got me for conspiracy because a person came forward and said that an overt act had taken place.
Well, now he'd been convicted himself, right, of embezzlement,
of bank fraud and embezzlement, and everything
okay,
else.
and so what did he do? Make a deal with the government to get his sentence reduced if he come in and lie about it?
It's better than that. He was facing 20 years for his stuff, but if he came in and told a good enough lie, he would get 6 months and it would be expunged from his record.
Is he out?
He actually got 6 weeks, yes, and it was expunged from his record. And he didn't have to pay back the 80 grand or whatever it was.
So he's a rich man.
Oh, yeah.
Within reason, that is. Chip, before I want to let's continue now with the problems involving the court and so forth. Anything else you want to mention? They came after Nancy, your wife. By the way, let me mention, folks, there's a separate interview with Nancy Tatum, which goes into detail, and we talk about Nancy's new book, Joining Club Fed.
Joining Club Fed.
And that's worth checking out and purchasing and reading because that substantiates and corroborates what Chip is telling us here right today. Is there anything else you want to mention about the court proceedings?
Well, I think the important thing for everyone to know is the United States federal courts are not your friend. They're not, and the United States federal court officers are definitely not your friends, although they would like to let you think that they're on your side. They want to do everything for you and your family, so work with them on this. They're not going to do that. And that's quite evident even today. We see just recently two men were actually arrested on a big anthrax scare. The courts didn't investigate it. They just got from a non-credible source that something was happening, and they went out and arrested him.
This is Larry Wayne Harris and Bill Levitt.
That's
in
correct.
Las Vegas, Nevada.
And now they're finding out that these microbiologists were actually putting together a vaccine for anthrax. You know, they don't think.
And I told the new, by the way, I was personally involved in that case. I had interviewed Larry Harris a day before he was arrested on my local talk TV station program, Ted Gunderson Intelligence Report. And the media talked to me after they were arrested. I said, nothing to it. Believe me, it's going to go away. These men are not terrorists. They're talking about defensive protection, not offense. Go ahead, Chip.
Well, and that's right. And the court system as it's set up today is not set up as a tool for justice. It's set up as a tool for retribution. Anyone that they want, they can get. And you're going to spend 2 years in jail until you get to appellate level where you have a little bit of a chance for justice to be heard, but never at the district level.
Chip, going back to George Bush, how many conversations did you have with George Bush?
Hundreds.
Hundreds, when he was head of the CIA? By phone and in person, or both?
Not as many, probably about 30 at the CIA, but more post-CIA after 1986, when I was placed into what's called the operational subgroups, where I worked alongside Danish intelligence, Turkish intelligence, British intelligence, Mossad. We had groupings of foreign intelligence officers that worked directly under the Vice President and later the President of the United States.
Did George Bush have knowledge about the drug operation coming out of Central America and South America?
Yes.
Explain.
Well, he was in one of the camps.
It-
Produced the cocaine.
Yeah, but did he know about it?
He was standing at a press.
George was also, in addition to
George
Ollie.
Bush was standing right at a cocaine press.
And did you have a picture of that?
In a place called Roos. I have a picture of something.
Okay, we won't go into that. So George Bush was aware of it too. Ollie North was aware of it. How about Clinton?
Bush was absolutely aware of it, and I can say that because on the 24th of March 1985, William Barr, who would later become Attorney General.
Attorney General, know him
States,
well,
yeah.
know of him well.
William Barr actually called Vice President Bush via SATCOM and talked to him about the loss of over $100 million in assets of the enterprise. And we all know the enterprise today as being the company that, or the operation that Ollie North set up.
$100 million? And who got their grubby hands on that?
It was decided that there were three entities involved, not one particular person, but Noriega had involvement, that Barry Seal had involvement, and that the governor of Arkansas, who was involved in it at the time, Bill Clinton, had involvement in it.
And of the three, Seal has been murdered. Noriega's in jail.
Noriega was to be murdered, though, during
Yeah,
the
they
assault in
They took the
1990.
troops down there in '89 to eliminate him, and he survived by going into, I think, a Catholic church, didn't he? Or
Right. Well, Bobby Hunt, SEAL Team 2 commander, had orders to go in and shoot Noriega when he tried to get out at the airport. He never showed up there because we told him ahead of time. The CIA told him he's a friend of the CIA. He was an enemy of Bush. That's nothing more than a business deal gone bad. We let him know ahead of time that there was a contingency coming in to assassinate him, needed to get to a safe house. So he chose that particular church as a safe house.
the Catholic church.
Catholic church got cameras out there so that he was safe.
And now the only one that's left is Bill Clinton. And did Bill Clinton take the $200 million, $100 million, whatever it was?
He got a large portion of it, very large portion of it. However, I'm going to tell you now, Bush is a very vindictive man. I don't think that Clinton's out of the water with it. I think he's still in some hot water, and that could be a lot of the pressure that he's seeing today. It may be a little bit of a vendetta to get even. You never have to get even tomorrow, Ted. In the business that we're in, you never push for something to happen right away unless there's an operational need for that. Time is always on your side.
Time down the road, whatever. You're talking about the Monica Lewinsky situation, right? Maybe that has something, maybe it doesn't.
If you look historically, I know that I was told that Bush was going to leave bugs in the White House when he left. Why would he do that to another president unless he has a personal interest or personal vendetta there? The bugs in the White House, folks, don't mean electronic bugs. The best bug in the world or the best information in the world is called human intelligence. So what you do is you take these career White House personnel and you put them in the White House. and they're listening, and they're keeping track of everything that's going on. Well, it's hard to put an electronic device in the White House. If Starr thought that he could take Tripp or Lewinsky and put a bug on them and get them in the White House, all they'd end up was that person in prison for trying to bug someone in the White House. You don't get into the White House with a bug, but you get in there with a brain that can keep that intelligence in it and pass it on. That's how you get in, and that's how you bug the White House. So he always had constant information flowing to him from the White House from career workers in the White House. You know, why did they all of a sudden throw these people out of the travel office? Perhaps they thought that maybe there was a little intelligence work going on there.
Probably.
Tripp.
Clinton,
Well,
yeah.
let's look at Tripp. She was taken out of there right after Vince Foster because she talked about it. Wham, she's out of the White House and into other areas. You know, there's a lot to be looked at that's just overlooked by the mainstream media because I'm told I have a pretty devious mind. Well, you know, it's because I work for these guys and I know how they think.
Chip, as far as Ollie North is concerned, you told me in one of the radio interviews I had with you that you had some recordings, audio recordings of a conversation in the back of an airplane. Was that with Ollie North or somebody else?
No, that was with Mike Harari and a man named Raymond Buddy Young. That was actually presented at our SEPA briefing in Tampa, Florida to Judge Adams. The recording was presented. We have transcripts of that, and we've actually put them into Tatum Chronicles.
So now, when you say SEPA, you're talking about your hearing before the judge where you discuss classified information, right?
Right. During the course, as we were leading up to the trial, there are certain filings that have to be done prior to a trial and hearings. And in April of 1996, just before the trial, the U.S. Attorney's Office gained information that perhaps I would attempt to disclose classified information from my previous work. So they filed a motion with the courts that required me to file a briefing, an actual brief, outlining any classified information that I would attempt to use in my defense.
And then the judge rules on it whether or not you can use it.
Then the judge rules on it. He had the decision that the judge has to make under the SEPA requirements is, first of all, is it classified in any way? Second, does it involve national security issues? So after being presented with that material, and it has to be done in declaration, under oath, the materials were provided to them. And let me tell you something, if anything I said in there was false, I would have been charged with perjury. There was never a perjury charge. The issues that were given to him were investigated. I was never charged with perjury or obstruction of justice, trying to say that this happened when it didn't. You know, that's an obstruction of justice charge. No charges like that ever came out. That's a pretty big issue.
Was the judge sympathetic, you think, and objective?
You know, Nancy talks about this judge being a terrible judge, but let me tell you something. It's obvious to me, working in the arena that I work in, he knew what was going on. He made the decisions that he made, so there would be no question at the appellate court that justice was not served.
So actually, he probably was your friend then.
He's the only reason that I can talk about it today. By him saying that this information was not classified and doesn't have to do with national security, the CIA can't come back on me, national security folks can't come back on me for talking about what I presented to that court at the time.
Chip, let's go back, and we've talked about Ollie North, we've talked about George Bush, we talked a little bit about Clinton. Do you have any direct knowledge that Clinton was aware of the drug operation coming into Arkansas?
The direct knowledge is that Buddy Young was actually a advisor to Clinton. He was his chief of security, and he was one on board the aircraft, and he was sent there by Clinton to investigate the loss of monies that had been determined. Additional direct knowledge comes in the fact that one of the people called by Barr was the governor of Arkansas on that SATCOM. He called North, he called the vice president on this 24th of March conversation, and he called the governor of Arkansas and talked to him. So, and governor of Arkansas then was William Jefferson Clinton. So they were talking about the enterprise, about the lost monies. And additionally, in earlier years, when I was at Fort Campbell, Kentucky, I actually flew several missions carrying medical coolers again with money and drugs in it into Arkansas.
Out of where? Fort Campbell?
Out of Fort Campbell. It was delivered to us by the 324th Med Battalion.
Out of the South America?
Out of South America. They were operating in the South America in Honduras. It was flown by C-130 to Fort Campbell. It was marked medical supplies. Donor organs, this particular one was marked. And we were advised to give it to Dr. Lassiter at Little Rock Air Force Base. So we flew it to Little Rock Air Force Base. I opened the coolers. I don't fly a cooler without opening it. I don't fly anything without opening it. Let me tell you why I don't fly coolers without opening them. I was told by Colby earlier that Torrijos died simply because they put a cooler marked donor organs on his aircraft that blew up in flight. So whenever I see a cooler, I open that cooler.
And what did you find in the cooler?
We found a large sum of money and 3 kilos of cocaine in one cooler. In the other cooler, we found all cocaine. Those 2 coolers were picked up by Dr. Lassiter, who actually ended up being, as we found out in later years, a man named Dan Lassiter, who was convicted for trafficking cocaine in Arkansas. However, he was pardoned by the then governor of Arkansas, Bill Clinton.
And did you have any information that Clinton had direct knowledge of that? No, you flew him into Arkansas. Was Clinton there waiting for it, or was there a limousine there or anything like that?
We had to wait over an hour and a half for Dr. Lassiter to show up. But when he finally showed up, he showed up in an entourage of vehicles. There was a van, there was a stretch limo, and an unmarked police car. In the coming out of the stretch limo, Dr. Lassiter came forward. He had 2 people with him. One stayed at the car and one came over. He introduced the one that walked over to the aircraft to pick up the coolers as the governor of Arkansas. And the governor of Arkansas extended his hand, and that's the first time I shook the hand of William Jefferson Clinton. He wanted to let me know that the people of Arkansas appreciated me bringing those donor organs.
Because he didn't know you'd looked into them.
He didn't know I looked into it.
Do you have that in your book?
Yes, I do.
Yeah, that's in, again, the Decoded Chronicles, right? Okay, Chip. Now, what about the truth serum, truth drug that the CIA used? We need to talk about that.
Sure.
People can be alert for it.
You know, I talked a little bit about in those containers down in South America, the processing that was done, and during the processing of cocaine, there were these little green pod-like things. I would later find out, working on the international side, that these little pods came from the nightshade family. They were used to produce a chemical called a form of what's called scopolamine, but it's a much stronger potion than what is commercially made. This stuff's made from the orange blossoming trumpet from the nightshade family, and we use it. We nicknamed it. It's called Burudenga, the voodoo drug. We use that to drug a target. We can put them under our complete power with a properly induced drug. They'll do whatever we ask them to do, and when the drug wears off, they won't remember anything that went on during the drugging.
Used quite extensively. Used quite
extensively, yeah. You know, every time I hear of an instance, to give you an example where an assassination is committed and someone comes forward and on the political side, now not just in a small town, but on the political side when there are political assassinations like Rabin. I was in prison at the time, but there's no doubt in my mind that was a Burudenga assassination. This kid apparently shot Rabin, went in and admitted to shooting him, and then 3 days later said he doesn't remember shooting him. He didn't remember ever signing any statement saying that that's Burudenga.
You see that quite regularly, really.
Oh yeah,
don't you?
And it's actually becoming epidemic proportions. We've used it for years in the CIA, but now it's out in the general populace. And in Colombia, a lot of the gangs have it now, have access to it, and they're using it to rob people of their bank accounts. And I mean, a guy will get hit with Burudenga, given a Coke that has Burudenga in it, take a drink of it, and next thing he knows, his bank account is empty, and he'd given it to this one of these drug gangs.
And they give him instructions, tell him what to do, he does it, and then 3 days later he doesn't remember.
They'll do anything. They'll shoot a person, they'll shoot themselves. They'll do anything they tell you tell them to do.
What about drugs that the CIA uses to induce heart attacks and death?
those are usually two-part poisons, compounds, so that they're not connected to a poison. We can, to ensure that a person gets the first portion, we've gone in and, like in an embassy, in one part of the world, we would put it in a punch so that most of the people are dosed with the first part of the compound, and then you have about 3 weeks before the second part of the compound has to be given to the target, and then that's the first gets into the muscles and in the heart, and it'll show up only as a compound. Once the second comes in, it'll show up in the blood only as a compound, but it actually induces a heart attack. People actually die of a heart attack, and that's why the coroners always report these as heart attacks, because it's really a heart attack, and there's no poison that shows up. It would only be a compound in the body.
Chip, is there any other particular areas you'd like to discuss before we conclude the interview?
I don't think so, Ted. I think
we covered it pretty well.
We have said quite a bit.
There was one other area I want to ask you about in conclusion then. What about Jupiter Island and the New World Order plans?
In the 1980s and 1990s, I was tasked under the Terrorist Incident Working Group to a unit called the Operational Subgroups. Many of our meetings in 89, 90, 91 were held in southeast Florida on Jupiter Island, in a briefing in a home of an affluent woman, and we held our briefings there. Those briefings would normally follow the G7 conferences and summits, and the reason it would normally follow that is because at that time, remember I said we were working as an international group, not necessarily just U.S. Intelligence officers. Under this international plan, they were looking toward doing a master plan for the whole world. You know, even as a community, as your community has a development plan to help develop the community into a better place, these people have their plans to develop the world into a better place. And I would sit in meetings and they would come to us and say, well, you know, we have a problem in this arena. We have a very uncooperative government, say in France. We need to do something there. So it would be tasked over to the operations and plans section of the operational subgroups to come up with a plan on what to do. So we would go into our planning phase. We'd look into say France, and decide, well, you know, the president in France just isn't cooperating here. You know, he's kind of a loose cannon. What can we do? Well, let's do a little counterintelligence work, incite some riots or something like that. And that's what we did to help neutralize these countries and these leaders. Sometimes we go into a country and wipe out that leader's bank account and let him know, you know.
But you had the power to do that.
Sure we had.
Well, didn't you have a situation in Central or South America where the leader of the country was not cooperating, and he thumbed his nose basically at the CIA, U.S. government, and you said, well, within 2 weeks, your brother or one of your relatives would be eliminated? Is that true?
Daniel Ortega, the president of Nicaragua. We didn't have to pose that whole war down there to get him to have elections. All we needed to do was neutralize him, and we knew that all along. We went in, we told Ortega, you're going to hold free elections and you need to announce that. He said, well, I'm not going to do it. So our emissary came back and told us he's not going to do it. We sent him back down. Once it was given to the subgroups, we sent him down and told him to tell Raphael, or tell him that Raphael's going to die in 2 weeks.
Raphael was who?
His second cousin.
Okay.
Good friend of his, one of his best friends. And so he put thousands, he put him in a compound, was protected by a large contingency of troops. But on the day that we told him he would die, he died.
You want to say how he died?
Rocket fire.
In a car?
Well, no, in the compound. It was rocket fire, but we also had people on the ground there too. So whether it was rocket fire or whether it was a bullet to the head, you know.
Well, now Jupiter.
There wasn't enough left to tell.
Unfortunately, now Jupiter Island. Who were?
Let me qualify.
Okay.
Within 2 weeks, Ortega announced that there would be free elections in that country because he was next.
Right, and you told him that.
We told him.
How about going back to Jupiter Island? Who attended these meetings in Jupiter Island?
Had quite a few big names in those, and I'll talk about a couple of those, but I won't go beyond that because I like talking. I like breathing. I like eating. No matter how good my insurance is, I know that there's some people you never talk about.
Right.
So I won't. George Bush was one who would normally attend those meetings, if not personally, at least through teleconferencing. An additional member that was always there was the man who still commanded me in these operations and who actually recruited me into black operations. His name was Bill Colby.
Who's now dead.
Who's now dead.
Mysterious death.
When I walked away, I was told you don't just walk away, and I believe he walked away too, and that's why.
Right, mysterious death.
Another person who was there who oversaw all of our finances now runs the Judicial Oversight Committee in
William
the United
Hyde?
States Congress. Henry Hyde.
Henry Hyde.
Uncle Henry.
Henry Hyde, U.S. Congressman from Illinois.
That's the man. So you think you're going to get judicial parity? I don't think so.
That reminds me, Chip. I have some other names I could run by you, but I won't put you on the spot, okay?
I appreciate that, Ted.
Let's see. He's a man. I'm not going to call him. I met him in the White House myself on one occasion. Not General Haig, but somebody else. Let's see. That was 1973 for me. I had another thought that I wanted to bring up, and I'll remember it down the road.
Well,
here.
you had asked me earlier what I'm doing these days, and let me tell you what I'm doing. You know, being a spook by trade, you can't just walk away. You can't just give it up. And you asked me what I'm doing on your radio show. What are your plans? And right now, I'm working as the two-county coordinator for the American Red Cross. And the reason I'm working as a two-county coordinator in Florida for the American Red Cross is it gives me the opportunity to interface directly with probably one of the darkest organizations the United States has ever seen, and that's FEMA.
Oh, we know about FEMA.
So I've been able to effectively infiltrate FEMA. I'm the person who deals directly with them in all issues and sit in meetings with them, and little did they know that they had a spook in their midst.
They know it now.
Yeah, they know it now. I told them last week in my last meeting with them.
Well, then you have some pretty good information, I think, don't you?
I waited till I got what I needed, and then I put it on the website. I did a big article on the website, exposed what they have going, how they effectively hope to take over. You know, the big thing with FEMA is if the United States ever goes in to martial law, which can be put in place any time now because of Clinton's recent filings under the National Security
Executive orders.
Right. And since he's declared a national state of emergency already, all he has to do is have a nuclear, biological, or chemical threat active, and he can declare martial law. That's going to be pretty easy if he pushes Saddam into blowing up a biological, or if he shows the United States that there are people here, factions here, trying to do that, like they just tried to do with Harris. He can then effectively declare martial law. If he does that, though, the people who really take over the country and run things is FEMA. So you have to make sure, and I don't know that James E. Witt, the current head of FEMA, is one who goes along with this plan. He just, in sitting in our briefings and everything, he's just not one that's going to do it. So.
Well, didn't they replace him, or aren't they replacing him?
So quietly, last fall, they opened some offices in Washington at FEMA headquarters and brought their Region 6 administrator, a man named Raymond Buddy Young.
Oh, we mentioned him earlier, right?
Bill
Security
Clinton's
officer.
Security chief.
That's right.
Is taking over FEMA.
Well, we'll see what happens in the future. Of course, we know FEMA is Federal Emergency Management Agency, and they have they take precedent over all law enforcement, federal and local,
And
in the event of
military.
and military in the event of a national emergency.
That's
What
correct.
what a very clever plan devised by. That was originally set up by Bush, wasn't it?
Yeah, it actually came from years ago, and if folks would ever want to go to the website and read that article, it's available there. It's called FEMA, the Dark Underbelly.
What's your website?
It's if they'll go to www.2.net and then just click on the Black Ops at the bottom of the page, they'll go right to the website.
What about prison camps? You had information about prison camps.
When we would fly cross country in Black Ops, in Special Ops, we would normally RO in at different areas. Nellis Air Force Base was one. A lot of military bases where they have large encampment areas that are built. We would RO in. We'd stay in those encampment areas. High security encampment areas. No cargo inside. And they aren't built for cargo. They aren't built to store things. They're built for people. What they intend on doing with that, I don't know, but they're in place.
How many prison camps would you say?
I know of 5 or 6 that I saw. I also know that the United States Bureau of Prisons is in the process of acquiring land across the U.S. In Coleman, Florida. They just acquired 1,200 acres for a prison, and they don't need near that for a prison. That's a big area.
Well, they already have a prison, in federal prison in Coleman, Florida.
Yeah, that's correct.
There's a political prisoner there named Michael Reconasutu, who I'm in contact with regularly.
Right.
Ex-agency also, by the way. Well, in Texas, there are 8 prisons that have been built in recent years. They are staffed, but there's no inmates there. Is that the case in the prison camps that you were in?
Yeah, they were staffed with security, just skeleton crew security.
But no inmates?
No inmates, no.
Watch out, be careful. It's right around the corner, it looks like.
And I don't prefer the word inmates. I prefer the name prisoners or convicts. If you're convicted, you're a convict. If you're not convicted, you're a prisoner.
Is there anything else you want to mention about FEMA?
No, I think that's about it. It's probably one of the darkest agencies that we have. Really, its power is, they have unbridled power to do anything. It takes Congress right out of the act. All Clinton has to do, or all the president, whoever it may be, has to do is from time to time report to Congress. That means he can send a 3x5 card to them and say, hey guys, things are fine and dandy. Come on back to work someday, but not today.
What about Rothschild, Rockefeller? Do you have any connections there? The CIA and some of the cool...
Not the CIA.
Rockefeller, let me see, I keep forgetting about the mic. How about the Rockefeller, Rothschilds, and that bunch? Do you have anything that would tie them into the CIA operation, covert operation?
Not CIA, but in Black Ops and when we talk about the G7 meetings and setting things in place, the powerful families always have input to the politicians that they've placed in power. And so in that arena, it's very easily for them to get their own desires taken care of. On a number of occasions, we've done work for them.
You're talking about Jupiter Island now?
Yes.
Do they have representatives there?
Well, sure.
Do you know, I know you know about the Bilderbergers, Council of Foreign Relations, Trilateral Commission. Were the representatives of those organizations there?
No, when you talk about the Bilderbergers and G7, you're really talking about the same group of people, because the G7 are the politicians representing all these group of people. And some of these top politicians bring in their desires, and this is what we want to do, and Amschel Rothschild wants this done before he died, and it was done.
And then Rupert Murdoch put out the word to 600 of his various news outlets and said under no circumstances mention homicide, either natural causes or suicide, and of course they came out with he hung himself, and then the French police came along and said, wait a minute, it was murder, he was murdered. You remember that?
Yeah.
More control of the media.
Hung himself on a towel rack in a hotel. Now, folks, how many people have you hung a wet towel on the towel rack and it fell out of the wall?
Exactly.
Kind of tough.
That's right. Chip, there's a couple other areas I thought about.
Okay.
Let's come back to my memory now, because we've been skipping around now at the end. You mentioned on my radio show how you dealt with, we mentioned Henry Hyde earlier, how you dealt with some of your assignments financially. You want to go into that? You had an attorney in northern New York, and you could walk into certain banks and on your signature get $250,000 without any difficulty.
Well, in the earlier years with the CIA, all of us understand, I think a lot of us have seen the movie Air America, how the CIA would set up, they're called proprietary companies. We learned early from those efforts that we could do that in the Black Ops arena also. Working for the operational subgroups, we would set up what's called proprietary companies. We have trusted attorneys across the nation and around the world that will set up these proprietary corporations as an everyday business, so that we can work an intelligence operation out of who knows, you may be sitting in the Xerox Corporation and it's not really, not that that's it. However, I will say the Wilson family was heavily involved with us in the upstate New York area, and that's the Xerox family, in seeing to funding. We would set up businesses to see that uses covers so that we could provide operations. In upstate New York, we did it because we were working that border area in Canada, bringing weapons and personnel across the border covertly.
Into the Indian reservation?
We use the Indian reservations on occasion because it's a federally protected area, but Normally, I just fly low level under radar. It's a non-radar environment, practically. So I just bring personnel and equipment across as needed. You know, both ways. I take people out of the country and bring people into the country. What they did with those people, I don't know, but some of them were pretty top.
Well, you know their identity too.
Right.
So you talking about bringing foreigners in?
Right.
From other countries, of course, from Europe, et cetera, where they were secretly bringing them in. Where? Meetings in Washington?
Sometimes we were bringing in some pretty famous criminals to meet with people too.
Mafia?
Mm-hmm.
From overseas?
From overseas. People that we thought were gone for years and years that we'd bring in for meetings. They're just in sanctuary somewhere.
Let's go back to did I state it properly when I said on your signature you could pick up $250,000 cash?
On my signature, $250,000. It was set up by an attorney out of Rochester, New York, who was a company man.
Is he alive today, the attorney in Rochester, New York?
No, he died.
Heart attack?
I don't know. But he's no longer with us.
He shouldn't have had that punch.
No, I will say, though, that he was ill, even when he was working with us. But I had a $250,000 line of credit. I could walk in, and the reason we had that is these missions, you know, they're not cheap. You have to hire your assets in, and I would have to pay men from $25,000 to $50,000 per mission to work for us, and that's how it was done. It was done with cash. You know, we don't
no
say
paper trail.
Where's your checking account? Here's your at the end of each month. They didn't get a what's it called, a pay stub showing them their withholding and everything.
No, yeah. No IRS problem, at least that way, right?
That's what I love about the media. You know, you read about black operations, and the media always wants to say, well, I want to see your pay stub from that. Well, these guys are just about brainless. I don't know any other way to say it.
And now speaking of Henry Hyde, we talked about him earlier. He was the one that kept track of your $250,000 withdrawals.
Well, he set up the account and got the line of credit for us. And he could do that because he was heavily involved in the banking industry. Where the guarantees for that money came from, I don't know. But I know that they always had to have a participating banker in the bank that we used. And this particular banker was one of the vice presidents of commercial lending. So,
Chip, let's go back now. And you were asked to coordinate an operation against a fellow American at one point, and that's when you, according to your previous interviews with me on the radio, decided you had enough. Mm-hmm. Tell us about the meeting that you attended where you announced that.
Well, you know, Ted, this was simply the final straw. I had been asked on numerous occasions to participate in operations against American citizens. From the time I joined the operations subgroups in '86, they targeted U.S. citizens, they targeted foreign citizens, and in the intelligence community, fair game for us, our targets were what we thought of as criminals, intelligence officers, and politicians around the world that we target to influence outcomes of certain things. But when they started targeting U.S. citizens, you know, having been a target at one time myself in Vietnam, I was a target.
You're a little sensitive then.
I'm very sensitive when it came to that, and I told.
Not to mention when they targeted Nancy.
Yeah, that's right. That was it. I'll tell you.
That
brought
broke.
my wrath.
That's it, right?
When
okay.
when I was
and good
asked,
for you. Huh?
When I was asked in '92 to see to it that Ross Perot was neutralized, and when I say neutralized, it means that we can intimidate him, we could coerce him, which is a little stronger, more strong-arm tactics, or we could terminate him. And the man who actually gave the order to do that was George Bush, the President of the United States.
And this was in a meeting you attended.
It was in Jupiter Island. He wanted Ross Perot neutralized. I went to a friend who's a federal officer. I walked out that day. I dropped a tape on the table. It had been my insurance policy, and I so that they could see what I had, I let them know, this is what I have. If I die, it'll come forward.
Now, you're in a meeting, and you said, I've had it. This is enough. Put the tape down. Hey, guys, I'm leaving. You left. Do you think that they reviewed the tape immediately?
I bet they couldn't get it in a VCR quick enough.
I would imagine they had a stampede right behind you with the tape in hand.
I talked to Colby.
The first VCR machine.
I talked to Bill after that. He was in the meeting, and he said that they just looked at each other stunned at first. They just couldn't believe it because Bill told me on the spot. He said, "Chip, you can't walk away from black operations," and that's when I put it down, and a smile came across his face because he's the one that told me to do it. He's the one that taught me to make.
They told you how to do it, huh?
Yeah, he knew on all those meetings what I was doing. You know, here I'd sit there with a briefcase, pointing the briefcase. It was pretty obvious to him. He and I were the only real spooks in the meeting, that, you know, other than some of the other...
You were the only two real loyal Americans then, weren't you?
Well, yeah, others were Mossad agents and so forth, but they're protected by this too. Most of the guys in the OSGs are protected. When I say that there's 8 different officers, they're not necessarily U.S. officers.
What are the other countries represented there?
The Mossad, and British intelligence. Those 3 entities are compile the 8 men that protects right now.
Wait a minute. The Mossad, British and American?
The Mossad, British and American.
But didn't you have other countries represented there?
We had Danish intelligence, we had Turkish intelligence, yeah. But that was, sometimes Australians, you know, had input in, but that was about it.
Well,
I think they had Australians because they could shoot over to China pretty quick.
I have good information that the CIA was responsible for let's say eliminating one of the Australian forms of government and bringing in their own people. Do you remember that?
Yeah, I remember that.
Yeah, I have some other contacts of my own that have told me that before. And by the way, I no longer receive Christmas cards from that fellow anymore. Since I went public.
Since you went public with it? Yeah. All heart, Ted.
Oh, my Christmas card list has dropped drastically. It went from like that down to about like that when you stack the cards one on one. But I don't worry about that. Neither do you. No, because we know we're doing the right thing. Chip, there were some other questions I wanted to ask you. Chip. Hey, wait a minute. How do I know you're telling me the truth?
Because you like me, Ted.
Now, I hugged Nancy, but I'm not going to hug you. No, Chip, what I'm telling you, the answer I want to that is...
I can give you an answer.
I know you can. That's why I asked it.
Okay.
Tell me. Tell them.
I'm telling the truth because I have it documented. You don't have to take my word for it. It's documented. It's not only documented in the documents here, it's also documented in federal documents.
Oh, it is?
Court case.
Tell us about that.
There's a federal trial that took place. During that federal trial, the SEPA briefing, everything was put in place. There are transcripts to that available to the public. All you have to do is do a filing, Freedom of Information Act filing, but you really don't even have to do that. You can walk right into the federal courts in Tampa, Florida, pay your $25 to the clerk and get copies of it without even putting a filing in, because that judge made sure that that SEPA briefing wasn't classified.
Chip, you're the only you don't have ex-CIA. You're the only CIA agent that I've known, and I've known a few of them through the years, who can come forward and say, it's documented, the CIA admits that I worked for them. That's in that document, right?
It's in the document.
Yeah. Now,
never a denial on the government's part.
Now, can somebody call Washington, D.C., a certain number and say,
sure,
is Chip Tatum, or was he an employee of the CIA? Who would they call?
Doyce Gene Tatum, Jr., just call the personnel office at Langley. On the documents is my Social Security number at Tampa. You can get the Social Security number. You can actually get the case number from the court and use that and find out if I was an employee.
Okay.
It's pretty cut and dry. There's no denying who I worked for.
No, yeah, right. Okay, but you're the only one.
The only thing that they can deny is what I have to say.
But they always deny it, or they say
sure,
we have no record, and
sure,
the CIA agents are not allowed to even identify themselves as CIA. Let's face it.
Well, and that's law.
That's by law, right?
That's by law.
Yeah.
Sure.
So if some guy
because this federal judge made this ruling, it's not.
And
law.
some guy goes around saying I'm a CIA agent, don't believe him.
Yeah. No,
isn't that right?
That's right.
And I've heard of this. Okay. Before we discuss Nixon's darkest secret book, we've already talked about Tatum Chronicles.
And Nixon's Darkest Secret is Operation Red Rock.
Operation Red Rock, which we went in detail right in the beginning.
You bet.
Is there any other comments you want to make or anything else you want to discuss?
Well, we've sent Operation Red Rock out to publishers around the United States, but there's some liability problems because I name the names, and these are pretty powerful guys. A couple of them are still alive, so it's difficult for them to do the publishing, so we've self-published. But the remarks that I get back from everyone, including Hollywood, is this is one of the best reads we've ever had.
Oh, are you kidding? What a great movie.
Exciting book.
Yeah, what a great movie.
So we do have someone who's willing to go forward with a movie on Operation Red Rock now, but we're going to have to fictionalize it a little bit so that there's not that liability.
Are you going to have a movie of it?
Yes.
Oh, great.
Yeah. There'll be a movie within the next couple of years also.
Ah, great. Fantastic. And
they can get that by calling our 1-800 number, 800-201-7892, and ask for extension 58. Just tell them you want Nixon's Darkest Secret or Operation Red Rock, same thing. That's one of the darkest secrets of Nixon's life, the fact that he ordered 13 American soldiers murdered.
And, of course, they can also order the Tatum Chronicles.
Those Tatum Chronicles got me charged with treason, Ted, and thrown in prison for 2 years. I think it's worth looking at if you people would like to order the Tatum Chronicles. Again, 1-800-201-7892. Make copies of the documents, give them to the media. Challenge anybody. Show me where they're wrong. They can't do it.
Okay, also, folks, you can purchase this video. I know you're looking at it right now, but if you want some for your friends, or your friends want to purchase this video, call
1-800-201-7892. Extension 58, and it's available. Just talk to the operators. They take MasterCard, Visa, and personal checks.
And I will also make these available through my flyer and catalog and so forth. So we'll two-time them, Chip.
You bet. Get it out around the world.
That's right. Okay, listen. Congratulations, Chip. It's always a pleasure talking to you. We'll have another 26-hour interview on my radio show in the future.
Okay.
Every time I talk to this man, he comes out with some new information. But thanks for appearing on the mic and in front of the video. And God bless you. You're a great American. And I'm real proud to say that I know you and have really worked with you indirectly.
Thanks. Let me say one last thing. Marine Recon all the way, boys.
Yes. Thank you, Marine Recon. See you later, folks.
Sit, Ubu, sit. Good dog.